Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, December the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Roger. You guys can see me or see my screen and hear me. So we're off to a good start. So first of all, massive pet peeve of mine. Well, pet peeve, it should be of everybody's. I posted this in the room earlier, this PAFO. You talk about manipulation. So if you recall yesterday, they came out and said, yep, merger has been agreed, et cetera, et cetera. Stock was super active yesterday. What did it trade yesterday? 8.2 million shares. And then today they say, you know what, we're going to postpone the closure of the merger. So yeah, man, that's just a bunch of words I'd like to use, but we're in polite society here, so I will not use them. But I mean, that is really, really. Now, Zach asked me if I had taken some because my plan was to take some of this before but I had to know when it was going to start trading as the new symbol CACO. Could never find that out, which is probably the reason why I couldn't find it out, is because I had this in mind. Anyway, and yeah, I should have kept my Goff short. Holy smokes, look at this. It's just continuing to tumble. Continuing to tumble. Now another 30%. This is already down a huge amount yesterday, and now it's down another 30% for GOSS. And CVNA. Yeah, I mean, going to zero. I mean, who's going to buy that? I mean, you look, there's always bottom fishers, but CVNA, Wedbush downgraded to 1. Okay, how about $1 from 9 to 1? Yeah, and Zach was all over this when it was $20. MMAT. Now I can't. I just. I'll confess, guys. I got up a little late this morning, so I wasn't able to look at these headlines in any detail. So I couldn't quite understand. So this is some kind of a stock swap. I couldn't quite understand what's going on here with. This is with MMAT, some kind of a stock swap. I remember talking about this one a few weeks ago. And RXDX. So this was higher after the company announced results, phase 2. REPL is still up. Yeah, so it is gapped up. Some kind of a deal with Roche to study cancer drug combos. So that is REPL. It's a low, pretty low float too. 31 million in the float. Not very much volume yet. This is shortable for me. It tons of shares, 1.2 million at Interactive Brokers in case it wants to. It's already had a decline, a little bit of 127 to 25. ERNA, ERNA. This is gapped up. It's a little low float. Look at that float, 1.4 million in the float. And the reason, let's see. Okay, so here's a guy putting kind of like we were talking about with GIII yesterday. This guy, director, 785,000 shares at $1, a little over $1 a share. So the stock's at 510. When the heck was that $1.18 a share? What? Is that right? I got the right Eterna, yeah. $1.18 a share he bought, 785,000 shares. So he obviously did not go in the open market. Unless I'm not understanding something. At any rate, that's why this is popped. So some earnings plays. Here's a big one. MDB, MongoDB has a massive pop up. Look at this, taking all this out in the daily chart. So that's a big pop. Very low float, 65 million in the float for $181 stock. H2. This has been super active over the last little while. For the last 4 days, it's fallen down a bit, but they announced if they think it's a 36 million pound, 36 million pound in grant funding in Portugal. Okay, so that is HTOO. SPRC. Zach posted some information on it. All I know it's up. SPRC to do with cannabis, cannabis-based treatment for epilepsy. Okay, so that's SPRC. Low float. Campbell's soup. As people are eating Campbell's soup, CPB is gapping up on earnings. This little gap up for it, CPB. Now, I thought this is just rehash news, but maybe I'm wrong. AERC says they received, unless it's this thing, Purgo air purifier received FDA clearance. I thought this happened a long time ago. Maybe it's a different product because it was all about elimination of COVID in the air. Anyway, it's starting to gap down. It's starting to give it up. Looks like to me that's just rehash press release, but I may be wrong. Morning, Patrick and YouTubers. Love. LOVE is an earnings play. And when I saw it, it was up. Holy man. This was, what did I have it as, an E gap up? Did I have it as an E gap? Yeah, I had it as an E gap up because it was up here when I saw it. But look at this. It is really now giving it up. So this is an E gap down now, guys. And Esprit, ESPR. Esperion Therapeutics is up, and this is trading higher after the company announced the clear cardiovascular outcomes, etc. Okay, so that is 65 million in the float, not huge, not small. Now, all right, just kind of looking to see what other earnings plays there are. THO is another earnings play, guys. THO, not very much volume yet. THO, little gap up for it. And we've already talked about Campbell Soup, CPB. On the downside, we've got Love. I didn't care about this Duo. It's so cheap. DUO, sorry. Earnings play. And Ollie, okay, missed this one. OLLI, guys, is an earnings play. The 200-day moving average is sitting right on top of it, 54.25. 54.25 is the 200-day moving average for OLLI. So it's right at it. Trying to hold it. It dipped down below it quite a bit, actually. It got down to 51, 52-ish. So it did break down below the 200-day moving average, but it has subsequently reclaimed it, and that is OLLI. Ha! Are you kidding me with Goldman? Yeah, you're right. Your target of 20 of 10 from 22. All right, 9:10. Let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from the analyst this morning. Okay, it hasn't hit my email yet, so all right, I'll just have to wait for it to show up. Usually it's right on, well, might not happen again. Had this happen last week or a couple of weeks ago. They just didn't get it. Okay, so Riven, R-I-V-N, Riven, what is Riven? Look at this. Look at this big topping tail. And for Riven, R-I-V-N, up to 29, right back down to 27. And I'm definitely keeping an eye on G triple I, guys. I want to see if it has further continuation today. Just has to take out that 13. Well, I guess 13. I was looking at yesterday at that 1362. It got up to 1371. So it's just kind of sitting below that. And of course, the whole idea of this is that there's a massive gap. Also, as William pointed out, I found out that a director, I don't think it was the CEO, might have been the CEO. It doesn't really matter who it was. It was somebody on the inside. About $3 million worth of stock at 12.50 or so. So I am definitely keeping an eye on this one. This is maybe a potential swing for me. I don't swing trade very often, as you know. But if it can take this area out of yesterday and over here at 1362 and start to move, well, why not? Earnings are behind it. I mean, that's what caused the collapse. Yeah, KWeb. KWeb is yeah, not looking good this morning. China stocks are going to be down to start anyway. So yeah, China's easing more COVID restrictions, but the trade data weighs on outlook. So there's your reason. Because the first headline I saw was about really easing COVID restrictions, but then the trade data isn't. Well, markets reacting to the trade data. KWE, okay, I'll put it in here. Let's see if it's going to trade. MVST is up too, guys. I mean, I sort of saw that one. I thought maybe there's too much resistance not that far away. MVST. Here we are. Okay, I've got my upgrades and downgrades now. Wow. This is a big wow, guys. There are a few upgrades. There is a huge list of downgrades. I won't be able to get them all in. Man. Okay, let's get some of the upgrades in. Huge list. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. Now I'll try to get some of these downgrades in, but there is a massive list of downgrades. But what I'm going to look for is there one stock that is being downgraded by multiple companies. All right, bear with me. A lot of typing to do. But some of these are, these ones that end in Y or F, so I'm not going to, foreign companies, so I'm not going to, actually, there are a lot like that. Yeah, like Airbus and so there are a lot like that. So the list won't be quite as big. Bunch of downgrades still for Goss. I had to scroll down even to find all these downgrades. I didn't see one that had multiple downgrades other than Goss, but what are you going to do with that one? All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades and some of the downgrades this morning from briefing.com. So let me get those into our YouTube room. Give me one moment, please. Okay, and then we get the upgrades into our YouTube room. Briefing.com. It's a free service, AJ. Briefing.com. You just give them your email. I do it because they send it to me about 10 after 9 Eastern time into my email, so it makes it easy for me. So it's briefing.com. Look at Beek, guys, Beke. And an interesting day yesterday. Like a lot of the China stocks are going to look like this with that. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the day before. That's yesterday's daily candle. Hi, Jay. Good morning. Now, what I'm going to do is take a look at our sectors and see what's happening with them. So from the toolbar, clicking on new and then docked channel bar, scrolling down until I see sector status. And so what you're seeing here, if you're new to this, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Usually XLE is all or nothing. So what do I mean by that? So this is the main ETF for energy, XLE. These are the stocks that make up XLE. Typically, when we see this pre-market, it's all to do with the price of oil, usually. Usually it's either 100% negative or down from yesterday's close or 100% up. So what you see here, 66% are down from yesterday's close. So when you look around, there is no consumer staples, 61% are up from yesterday's close. That is it though, guys. Nothing really, no strong sector. All right, now what we're going to do is take a look at the sectors and see in relation to the 200-day moving average. What is happening? So you can see energy, guys. I mean, energy was the star for many months, many months. Okay, but look at this. Look at energy. There's that 200-day moving average. It's getting closer and closer. Retail, XRT, and a couple of days ago, it was sitting 2 or 3 days ago, it was sitting right at the 200-day, but now it is starting to drift down below the 200-day. Consumer staples, XLP. Another one starting to, getting a little bit closer to that 200-day moving average. Healthcare, XLV. Love, I'm hearing love, guys. Love is in the air. I'm hearing love. Obviously, it is probably moving down more. LOVE, earnings play. So there's healthcare. I mean, it's still, these are sort of narrow bars here, but still above the 200-day moving average. Take a look at industrials, XLI. Another one that is, it's above the 200-day, but you start to see these red bars on the daily chart. Financials, this will be an interesting one. XLF. Yeah, so look at this. I mean, this, a few days ago, this looked, pretty, well, it wasn't that far away from the 200-day, but look at this. It touched it yesterday, and we may go down, we may break that 200-day moving average today for financials. Pretty bearish. Consumer discretionary, which was in, I don't even think we can see the 200-day moving average on the chart. Yeah, it's way up. Yeah, it's way up here at 156 and moving away from it, moving away from it. Again, consumer discretionary makes a lot of sense. People aren't spending a lot of money, or certainly not on high ticket items. XLB materials. Oh, another one, guys. It's above the 200-day, but getting closer. Now, these are two. XLC, of course, way below the 200-day. Can't see that. There it is, 57. Is that 49 now? Can't even see it on the chart. And technology, which almost got to the 200-day a few days ago, but see that? I mean, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, sorry, almost got to the 200-day moving average, and now it is starting to give it up. So, some of these sectors that were looking not bad, starting to really drift, either approaching the 200-day from the top or moving away from it on the bottom. So okay, let's see if anything's sneaking in here. So there's Love, guys. Very interesting action. So they released her. No, I'm sorry, they did not. They released this morning. I thought it was after hours yesterday, but well, I mean, this is a lifetime low. Of course, CVNA is a lifetime low. I'd have to go back where, because it's only, I have to go back and see on a monthly chart to see where. Yeah, so way back here, when did it start trading as CVNA? Looks like right here, back in 2017. So this is almost for sure going to show up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Now it may not. Now the reason it may not is that one of the filters I got is that it has to. I will not have an alert unless it's at least 40 cents below the open. So I think I think configure summary. Yeah, so it's got to be down 40 cents from the open. That's what made Goss pretty interesting because it was pretty cheap when it opened but it still moved down, of course. So I mean, CVNA, it's already down 34%. So guys, I'm waiting for a link, an invite link again, for you guys to test out our Discord room. I'm almost sure we're going to go to a Discord room, guys. We evaluated it for about 3 weeks internally, and I know I handed out some invites yesterday. So what I'd really like though is for people who already are used to being in a Discord room, don't you guys use it, okay? Only somebody who's never been in a Discord room, because I want you to have to go through the sign up process of giving Discord an email and all that. It's a one-time deal, and then you can come into the room. But I'm pretty confident that's what we're going to do because we had no complaints about the screen resolution and certainly and well, both audio and video, no complaints whatsoever. Well, I don't have a link yet, and this is just testing, just testing. But I've created tabs, the same sort of tabs, specific stocks only, general market, TI questions. It's my only issue is I don't know if I can pop this out. This is going to be, the challenge. Here's my pre-market actives that I put in. But again, this is just testing. You don't have to, don't go there now. Well, first of all, you don't have a link yet. No, we'll still be streaming on YouTube. Somebody asked, will we, no more YouTube? No, we'll still be streaming on YouTube. It's nothing to learn. Well, for me, but for you, no, you won't see anything. You won't see any different. You'll see my screen. You'll hear me, and here are your tabs: specific stock, general market, and TI questions. So there's nothing more for you guys to do. It's just getting in. All right, guys, we are a minute away from the open. William. All right, let me get this down or off. Get prepared for this open. Okay, one more. Just give me a moment. Why would we go to Discord? More features within Discord. Plus, I mean, Discord is a known commodity. A lot of people have Discord accounts already. So, okay, guys, we are 10 seconds away from the open. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And here we go. We are now open. Let the races begin. Aha. So no data because there's no stocks meeting the filter requirements yet. Okay, AERC, so it is quite a bit down from its pre-market highs, 441, but it's making a market high here, AERC. But isn't this just a rehash? I mean, I thought they had that clearance weeks ago, months ago for this, or is this just a new version of their product? That is the AERC. Ooh, Sentinel, guys. Sentinel. This is an all-time low now. Sentinel showing up on the 200 on my 200 on the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay. Now a lot of times I will. This is from yesterday. This is the one I wanted to collapse yesterday. This app. This is another all-time low. APP. All right, guys. ERNA. ERNA is on the move here, and this is the one where the director bought 785,000 shares. William, you can do this. How could he have got this at 118? Was this some kind of a special deal? Because if you look at ERNA, it hasn't been $1.18 and I don't know if it's ever been there. Because certainly not in the last little while. And that is ERNA, ERNA. Hey, look at cannabis, guys. MSOS is showing up here. Cannabis ETF on the 10-day daily breakdown. And ESPR, let's see, ESPR, what did it do? Okay, so yeah, it is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Did hit in the pre-market. It got up to 1042, pulled all the way back here. All right, guys. G triple I. So it's starting to make a little bit of a move here. This is G triple I. Got up to 1371 yesterday. 1362, I think, is another area for it to probably have to break. Yeah, you're probably right, Aja. I mean, about that. Maybe options, exercising options or something. Okay, guys, so the market's opened and Dow is down a little. Sorry, Dow is up a little, Nas is down a little, SPY is basically flat. Oh, shoot, look at this, it's halted too. ERNA is halted and the projected open is up at around 630. This is Interactive Brokers, guys. This blue screen I'm showing you, that is from Interactive Brokers. Remember RMED from yesterday, RMED, the big day yesterday? All right, so CVNA, wow, CVNA was halted, actually halted on the way up, believe it or not. Depends what race you're running, Mr. Keith. The reason why this one wasn't running right off the bat is because there were nothing but the filter requirements. Okay, so that's why I had to manually start it. This one was fine. So if so, you might have to, if nothing meets the filter requirements, the race will not start. Okay, guys, we're in rally mode here to start anyway. Your Palantir, PLTR, interesting one, maybe. It's above yesterday's high, 720. And the next high looking left is 770. So big float, of course, 1.7 billion in the float. All right, ADMA. Don't think I saw this one in the pre-market. Why? It didn't really have that much. Wasn't up 3%. So ADMA though, the high yesterday was 330, and then the next high is 341. Consequently, it's just not interesting to me yet. Anyway, it would really have to take out these levels, and and they have done a $60 million offering, share offering. So they're at 286. So it's above the it's above the financing price. But again, when you look left on the daily chart, to me, there's just too much resistance. And it's a big float, 187 million in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it through this resistance area, in my opinion. It's just a volatility halt, Mr. Keith. It got halted on the way up because it went from 4 to 440 in a heartbeat, I guess. So it got halted. EZPW got, wow, EZPW. I did see this one briefly in the pre-market. I don't think the volume was there or something, but look at this now, EZPW. Remember this one had a nice 3-day run. Stitch Fix. I mean, this used to be so much higher. This is actually an earnings play, guys. Didn't see it in the pre-market. Didn't have enough volume or something. Released earnings after hours yesterday. SFIX. You can see the move area right here. Didn't really do much, but now it's starting to move. But what happens when you look left? What do you guys see when you look left on the SFIX? And Duo, wow, Duo is an earnings play, and it just is collapsing. I didn't really want to. I thought it was too cheap, but boy, this is now under $1, and it was shortable for me too. Yeah, I think they're on to this company, guys. I mean, that's, to me anyway. That's just a rehashing of a press release, AERC, because now it's gone negative. All right, so there's another. We're getting some halts already, guys. MSC, MSC. got halted. Looks like on the way down. I don't know. Actually, it's hard for me to tell if it was up here and then down or down here and up. All right, CVNA just resumed. CVNA just resumed. Give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, ERNA just resumed, guys. ERNA just resumed and soaring higher now. This is, at least it was, it got up to 634, it's pulled back. Let's see if it, now there's no way. When I say no way, the only way I would trade out of a halt, it would have to come back to the halt price. The original halt price was, which was 549 without popping so much. The original halt price was 549. It would have to come back to that price and then move higher. And it just doesn't look, I mean, it's, I'm not going to chase this. Now, what did CVNA do? All right. The apes have got a hold of this one, guys. AMC for a while anyway, the memers. There's AMC, little pop here. For those of you who follow the meme plays. Okay, so there you go. ERNA just got halted on the way down now. Wow, look at. I mean, what price was it when I first mentioned this one? SFIX around 370. Yeah, nice pop for this one. Well, remember what I said about SFIX? I didn't like it because of all the resistance to the left, looking at a daily chart, but it's almost at that level. And this is an earnings play, so it's going to be active all day. So when you look left, yeah, I mean, it's, this high right there is what, 421? This high is 422. This high is 421. So, I mean, it's trying to take that out. So the next high is 430. I mean, if it can get through all that, then 478. So, okay, there's your KWE, Casa. Casa, you mentioned it, right? KWE starting to trade. But you said 417, right? So it's below, it is below that offering. US IPO and Canadian offering. Okay. Are they out of, won't even say yet. Well, okay. What I'll do is, I mean, it's got to get up to that $4 level before I'll even take a look at it, because it's right now. You said 417 or 416, right, Casa? So right now, it's not met with any great enthusiasm. Boy, lots of halts today, guys. So, BIVI. So this was really dynamic a few days ago. Had a big down day the last 3 days, but now trying to recover a little bit. And the high yesterday was 518. The high after that was 580. The potential. Wow. So here's the potential open. So this is the potential open. You see how, I mean, there's no, it's not guaranteed, of course, but that 544. So it's halted at 522. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen you see. And of course, you see how this moves. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open in about, well, it'll open at 9:51 plus 41 seconds. There you go. The halts resume scanner, one of the scanners that I am sharing. And you can see all the halts and resumes we've had already this morning. Now, I think SDNE had a downgrade this morning. I'm pretty sure I saw it was one of the many that were downgraded this morning, was downgraded this morning. So SDNE is at the 200-day moving average right now, 1008. So 1005, right at the 200-day moving average. The next low looking left is 968. No, wait a minute. Yeah, the next low looking left is 968. So it has a little bit of room. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, I did not hop on that Sentinel short. Sometimes, sometimes I will if it's an all-time low when I get the alert, because again, I don't like trading in the first 15, but okay, so the market was trying to put in a nice giant green bar, but you gotta have a big topping tail there. So the sellers took over, closed it a little bit lower, still a green bar. Now the key one is this one, the next 15-minute candle. Is it going to wipe out that green candle, or is it going to behave itself? We'll have to see. We have another 11 minutes for this one to close. So this is the news from Matt. We talked about this. This process announced a corporate action of exchanging Meta's or common stock of NextBridge. Actually, something's a little bit wonky here with this large cap gainers from the open. Shouldn't see anything negative. So figure out what's going on. So MSC just opened. MSC just opened. So this must have been a halt on the way up, I guess. And it just opened, just resumed. All right, I got to put an alert down here for STNE at 9.99. See if it takes out. Doesn't have a huge amount of room. That's the only issue. Yeah, 975 actually is the next low. So it doesn't have, even if it takes out 10, you have to worry about that next low, 975. So I'm not as enamored with it then. WW International. What are you? 68 million in the float. Don't see any specific news on this one. Okay, didn't see this one in the pre-market, but play is an earnings play. Okay, Dave and Buster's play is an earnings play. Well, somebody asked me, what do I mean by an earnings play? For me, an earnings play is a company that released earnings after hours the day before. So that would be December 5th. So this is not the case in play or in the pre-market today. Okay, so any company that released after hours yesterday or in the pre-market today, that for me is an earnings play. And why we look at companies that release earnings is because you look at KTRA coming all the way back. I don't know if Zach still has this one, but KTRA coming back, getting closer to that 200-day moving average. Yeah, but anyway, typically when a company releases earnings, they're going to be active all day long, especially some of the ones that you don't hear too much about. Every 3 months, of course, companies release earnings, and that day, usually a company is going to have a lot of activity, lots of extraordinary volume, abnormal volume. Oh, dare we look. HKD, guys, HKD. So this is getting active right now. Super highly, highly, highly risky, but it is moving somewhat. This is the one that went to what, $2,500 at one point. $25.55 to be exact. This is back in August. Now, how is SMNT doing? This was a big one from yesterday. A nice run, even in after hours. Wow, after hours it got up to 276, but it had a great sort of a late day run right here. Started at 140. I mean, it was already up, but then about from 145 right to the end, that last candle got up to 232 from 145. Still pretty strong. Meanwhile, Fetch continues its move down, guys. Not every day, but ever since earnings. That's not earnings, actually. I don't remember really what happened here. This is on the 1st, December 1st. I don't really know what happened here. It had earnings on the 17th, but it has been making new low after new low, all-time low. Okay, so yeah, BIVI just resumed and taking out that high 580, well, almost 580. What did it get up to? 6? Yeah, it got up to 6. Interesting. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, what a turnaround for Sentinel, guys. I mean, this was at one point, this was an all-time low down here at 1271. And now, so popped off that low and starting to move here. It's actually gone positive. It's an earnings play. And the high yesterday was 1458. So it's getting close to that high. And that is S. Look at this. I mean, this is just, you gotta be so careful, you know? I mean, here's that stitch, that's a tough one to say, stitch fix, SFIX. So it got up to that 427, basically to these levels here. Kind of thought this might block it, and it did. Eventually, it just blocked it. Okay, so Toll Brothers, home builder, earnings play also. Didn't really see it in the pre-market, wasn't too active. It is now starting to move a little higher here. Problem for me, again, if I look left, 48.58 is the next high, which on a percentage basis, is pretty close to 47.72. So I would not be interested in that one. Yeah, so there's some quick things that you can do. Let me just duplicate the window. The question is, if I change a parameter in a list that has a race window, will it update the selection? So let me just duplicate this window. Okay, so right there, that gear, this allows you to do some quick changes. Typically people may want a different price range or minimum volume. Okay, so that allows you to do some quick changes. But if you wanted to go right into the configuration, yeah, I mean, if you make a change, then okay, so if you go click advanced, then you can actually go in here and change other things that are not in that sort of that quick change that you can do from the gear. Does that make sense? So in other words, you can change everything if you click on, okay. There's just a lot of people, let's try a different price range and maybe a different volume. So that's why we put these as a quick quick way to update our race. Whoa, IKNA. Seen this one in the past, not too recently though, but IKNA and low float, 19 million in the float. I do not see any news other. I'm just searching here. So we've got Wainwright is maintaining a buy, okay, but yeah, had a price target of okay. They still have a price target of 22 from 26. So I mean, here's a 250 stock. Give me a break, but okay. Now if that were Goldman, and this is Credit Suisse putting a target of 16 from 18. So that would be the reason for this little move, I guess, because of those. They're still upgrades. They're sort of downgrades from a higher price, but they're still upgrades from the current price. Yeah, no kidding. On the MRTX, definitely was actually watching that one. That's a nice one from the AI. It's out of the price range I typically trade. That's why I didn't really pay that much attention to it. But yeah, 63.20 on the alert, 59.65 right now. 60, well, actually, and even lower, 59.29 right now. And Ollie, yeah, Ollie's an earnings play. No, yeah. Mentioned this one in the pre-market, breaking down through the 200-day moving average. Meanwhile, CVNA just made a new low, guys. Just made a new low. Zuo, Z-U-O, making a new low here. Oh, okay. Now this is interesting to me. This is an all-time low. ZUO is an all-time low. This is definitely interesting to me. Lots of shares available, 2.8 million, so a ton available. I'm gonna wait for maybe a 6 break if it happens. So I'm just gonna put a price alert just around $6 for ZUO and see if it takes that out. Not a ton of volume yet. And it's actually an earnings play. Didn't realize that. So this is an earnings play also. So lots of not good. Yeah, definitely like that ZUO if it takes out that whole number. Man, here's another company making an all-time low. DAKT, a lifetime low. All-time low. DAKT. Okay, guys. Now this Bivy, very low float, 7 million in the float. Looks like it's trying to maintain over that high of 2 days ago, which is 580. And of course, what traders are looking at is this high of around 8 up here. For you sub $1 players, RNAZ, RNAZ. Look at this move here, guys. Lots of volume, low float, for a sub $1 stock, only 8 million in the float. 17 million have traded, 412 relative volume. And I'm just looking to see if there's any, after the company announced the withdrawal. So they look like they were going to do what? Okay, they were going to do an offering and they've withdrawn it. Yeah, zero. Sorry. I mean, it's an all-time low. So seriously, I mean, there's no target. I mean, I'm not a fib player. If we were here or somebody who plays fibs, they might have an idea based on fibs, but I mean, this is just something that isn't just absolutely I mean, there's no, and you listen, there's all sorts of conspiracy theories out there. This is just a bad business model now. Speaking about conspiracy, AMC. Good grief, another one almost at an all-time low, guys. BFLY, Butterfly. It's just so many stocks nearing all-time lows or at all-time lows. And the list goes on. ASTS. All these little companies that, remember the days of these. I mean, these were just soaring, just on total speculation. All right, IJA, VOR. What is VOR doing? Yeah, it's a volume like not great volume. VOR, let me look at it again in terms of the, so there's a 200-day moving average, 524. We would have to get through that again. If it gets through that again, then the next high is 576. Today's high, of course, is up here, 548, but now you don't have this histogram, I know, but I mean, if I'm looking at the histogram right here for CVNA, there's no reason to cover your short yet, really. Okay, now this is not investment advice, okay? But I mean, these bars are getting a little bit bigger than these ones, but still, until I'll try to keep an eye on this one for you. I've got it on a 5-minute also. And you can see, the histogram, unless you start to see a bar, unless I see a bar starting to move a lot higher, which means we're starting to get some bullish candlestick, some bullish candlestick patterns. They're going beyond meat. Well, unfortunately, again, for me, it's just coming into too much resistance. Hutu, HTOO, had some news this morning. I think they got a grant of about 36 million pounds. Something to do in Portugal, which is a pretty happy country today. Yeah. Putin, the threat of, yeah, he will defend allies with all, who are their allies? With all available means. Unit, not an all-time low, but I mean, just moving down. Not very, yeah, a lot of volume actually. So the ZUO did not trigger for me. I'm really interested if this takes out 6 later on the way down. Earnings play and all-time low, basically, all-time low. From yesterday, guys, Herbalife, HLF, Herbalife on the way down again. Okay. This is one that I was looking at earlier on in the day and it didn't set up for me the way I wanted. And then later on from 1428 straight down to 13. And I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it right now either. I tried to get some at 1220. Hmm. Yeah, that's a massive win for the AI and MRTX guys. Big, 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 big win on this one. If you shorted that one, again, it's just out of the price range that I like, but there's the alert at 63.20 and it got all the way down to 55. That's one of the bigger percentage moves I've seen for this sort of price stock on the AI for a while. Not sure why. I'm trying to see. Had earnings on the 8th, so that's certainly not an earnings play. Can't remember what happened here yet. Something must have happened yesterday. I guess obviously it was. Wasn't this the one though that there were some pretty lofty price targets on it even after this, like from 100 to 149? Where what's their stand today on that? Okay, so what's this, an uplisting? OSA, guys? OSA, is this an uplisting? You can see it traded in the pre-market. I don't think this is, well, let's take a look. Is it a SPAC? Going public? So, wait a minute, it looks like this was a SPAC. It's under SPAC. I can't quite tell if this was a SPAC before, but typically, IPOs generally are not in the pre-market. So yeah, I remember that from yesterday, William, but I also remember that some of these analysts put from 100 to 149 of a price target, even after that drop for MRTX. So what's the deal in this one, guys? OSA. I mean, it looks like, I mean, it's sort of an IPO. typically they don't do it in the pre-market, but and no volume, 36,000 shares, no volume. So that's definitely an issue, but you never know. So all you snorers out there, this is for you. Let me just do a quick check of my IPO calendar to see if that was a. Just give me a moment. Yeah, so I don't. So are you saying it was LAAA before as a SPAC, Casa? Is that what you're trying to say? If I can decipher why you're putting LAAA, you know what? I can just type it in and see if it was. Yeah, okay, Lakeshore Acquisition. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this was trading at, so in this particular case, I didn't see this one yesterday. Well, I got it. See, I'm glad I didn't get those shorts for HLF now. Well, I am, I'm going to put a price alert somewhere, up here, maybe above the VWAP, maybe around 650, because, this could do some craziness. There's no volume yet in it. Oh, it's halted. Of course, it's halted. Ooh, boy, yeah, this could open around 685. Super active day so far, guys. Lots of halts. Meanwhile, CVNA continues to make new lows. So I'm still looking at that histogram for you, Roger. Still looks, nope, nope. Well, a little bit of a pop on the 5, okay? A little bit of a pop on the 5. So, just be aware. I'll just let you know. But I mean, it hasn't, what did it get down to? Well, 364 to 381. So all right, our NAS is again, for those of you who like playing these sub $1 stocks, got up to 86 cents, 87 cents in the pre-market, still moving. Basically, the reason it's moving is because it's canceled a financing. DAKT continues down. All-time low. What do they do? Sign manufacturing, okay? All right. Designing electronic scoreboards, etc., etc. I guess that business is not the one to be in right now, at least for this company. Okay, so the question is, how do I input any random stock symbol into an existing chart, not through symbol linking? Okay, so that is a question from our YouTube room from Hertz. So all you do is this, left click on the chart you want, just to let Trade Ideas knows that's the chart you want. Left click and literally just start typing. Okay, left click. And if you start typing, the change symbol box should show up, should pop up on your screen. And then you can click on change or hit enter on your keyboard and it'll change the symbol. Now, if you left click on the chart and you start typing and the box doesn't appear, hit the space bar. I don't know why, but for certain certain computer configurations, that's what you have to do. But I would say that 99% of the time, left click on the chart and then just start typing and the box should pop up. It's easy to do if you know. I always say it like, anything is easy once it's been explained once. No, I don't call that super intuitive, but morning Manel in our YouTube room. Filtering for ADRs. I'm wondering if we even have a symbol list for that. Now, the problem with that, even if we do, somebody at Trade Ideas has to maintain it. But let me just see if we even have a symbol list for ADRs. And if we don't, thought we did have something. I could have sworn we had some. Pepe probably knows, right, Pepe? You probably know if we have a. I could have sworn I saw ADRs somewhere. These are all mine. Here we go. All ADRs testing. There's ADRs. So you can try that, Shady. Okay, if you click on the symbol list and then add existing list and then ADRs. Okay, but again, I don't know how often it gets updated. So don't scream, don't yell at me if. Okay. Okay, Shady, you got that? Then you can use it in the exclude following the list. Click on it, move it over here, exclude. Well, I don't know if it, yeah, I doubt very much if they'll do a filter for it, Shady. I just knowing. Well, there's our answer on OSA, guys. Let me know how that works though, adding that symbol list, and then if you start seeing some ADRs come through. So this got halted again, OSA, or is just a terrible spread? No, it's not halted. Just, the problem is the volume. I mean, you cannot, this volume's got to really increase, otherwise you'll get nailed here. Okay, guys, Bivy struggling to get through 6, but if it gets through 6, BIVI, I'm going to set a price alert right around just a little bit above 6. And if it can do that, because looking left, the next high is almost 8. So there's a couple of dollars till that next high. And again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there, but the way I like to trade, take one reason why a stock won't keep going higher out of the equation, which is the next high that we see on a daily chart. So for me, if it's far enough away, I take that out of the equation. Of course, many other reasons why a stock won't keep going higher, but I don't want to see any chart resistance. So for instance, if that next high looking left was at 610 or 620, I wouldn't be interested. I would not be interested. Okay, so I do see a couple of your bouncers working a little bit, ASTS and unit a little bit, Zach, from your bounce scans. Market is just unsure of direction, really. A little unsure of direction right now. Try the testing one, okay? I think that the testing one is supposed to somehow scrub for any new ones coming in. So it would probably have more in theory. Let me just ping the guy who I think is kind of looking after it, okay? But I would use the testing then. Let me just see what he says. Well, I'll see what he says, okay? Still have my eye on GIII, guys. It's just kind of resting a little bit here. Let me see what he says before you do that, Shady, okay? Let's see. I know he created that a long time ago. And let's see if it is actually adding. So guys, I should have meant, I am short this DAKT, okay? I am short this DAKT. Not far away from where I shorted it at 221. Just it's an all-time low. And that showed up on my oh, there's the bivy now, over 6. Okay, so again, risky, but if you can handle the risk, know what your risk is, know how much you're going to risk on the trade. If you can, put a stop in. So keep an eye, yeah, Vivi, I mean, what did it get up to? 647. So, I mean, what traders are looking at is this high over here at 794. That's what traders are looking at. Histogram looks good. You know, it's increasing. Bullish candles increasing versus bearish candlestick patterns. So again, this is not advice to take this trade. Again, if you take the trade, you've got to know what your risk is. Bank of Canada, okay. Okay, well, Pepe is saying use all ADRs, not the testing version. Okay. So Chris says, a guy who sort of tried to create this one, the testing version of it, says it basically searches for the phrase ADR in the company description, but then he does add probably not perfect. So okay, I'm just watching this bivy to see if it can hold six. I would like this, you know, if it gets back up to that 615 level, I'll probably take that trade for bivy, BIVI. But I'm just watching as it's trying to hold six. Volume is still good. Volume, I mean, they had the big volume bar here, but volume is still good, increasing a little bit over the previous 15-minute candle. Histogram looks okay, you know, I mean, a little dip here, but still looks pretty good. It looks like that sixth level for BIVI is critical for it to hold and bounce off it so far. And again, it's highly risky, guys. Only 7 million in the float, okay? Yeah, it's still struggling to really clear six. I'm talking about BIVI. No, it should be automatic, Shady. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to have anything that would, in theory, keep adding or subtracting something from a symbol list all the time, you'd never know when that would happen. So I'm going to go way out on a limb and say it's automatic. Nothing for you to do. Well, the BIVI, guys, is a fascinating one right now. The longer it holds, over 6. And it's winning. It won the last race. I'm just looking here. My races won the last race. It's won 2 races, and it's leading this race right now. Come on, Pivy. Well, still in that Dakota short. It's just, not doing too much. Again, I'm in at 221. No, okay. I don't know about this, Vivi, guys. It may, yeah. Just dropped under 6. So briefly, that topping tail might be just too much. I don't know. We'll have to see. But I've had an alert set around 617 or so. The volume is increasing. Okay, well, it popped over 6 again. I mean, looking at the histogram, it looks great. I mean, this histogram, again, this histogram, not available yet for you guys, but just keeping an eye on this. Higher the bar here in this histogram here. Higher the bar, meaning bullish versus bearish candlestick patterns. The higher the bar means the ratio to bulls to bears is high in terms of candlestick patterns. It's not infallible, of course. No indicator is. I would have thought with this volume coming in, though, that it would have popped a lot more. There's no news for this one. I'm sure there was no news. Well, okay, they issued a letter to shareholders this morning. What does it say? Please buy our stock. All right, well, okay. William, you can read through this, the letter to the shareholders for BIVI. Okay, now what's China doing? The reason, of course, we ask is that this is a China stock, CAAS. Like a lot of China stocks, you're going to probably see a lot looking like this, and the big red bar. So, I mean, obviously, you got a ton of room. $8 from $6. I'm not saying it's getting there. Another low float situation. No news today about it. Had earnings on the 14th of November, so about 3 weeks ago. Let's check KWeb and see what KWeb is doing. Okay, so still down, but mini recovery mode. This is the big China ETF, of course. A lot of China stocks will follow this. Well, guys, that's why I wait. Maybe. I don't know where it's going, but that's why I waited for that 615 area. Ija, you remember this one? I know you love this one. Back in the day, AWH. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Wow. So again, I just want to explain on this bivvy. I never anticipate. I was wanting, hoping this might get up to that 615 mark, and that would get me involved. And I put my price alert there. It got close a couple of times, just a little over 6, but I just didn't anticipate it was going to happen. Now it could happen later on. That's why I still have that price alert set up there, but would not want to anticipate that that's going to happen. Wait for it to happen. Doesn't happen. You save yourself a lot of grief and money. All right, guys, it is 10:44. I'm still waiting for that invite link. Pepe probably knows. He forgot to tell me how I can create my own invite link for people to get into into our Discord room just to take a look to see what it looks like. So I'm having to rely on somebody else. RMED from Justine. Yeah, this was a big one yesterday. Got all the way up to 585, over 5. Okay, guys, as I wait to see how much further down this Dakota can go, DAKT, let me just go over some of the things you'll find on my homepage. Click the down arrow on the name of the room at the top. It's still, Jamie, it is still an invite only though, even though the name, I mean, it's a Trade Ideas test room, okay? But it's still invite only. And the only reason it's like that right now, I'm pretty sure we're going to go to the Discord room from YouTube will always be YouTube, but we won't be using this room anymore. It was just for people to check the audio and the video, which I think is great. And really, right now, it's just a matter of those who don't have a Discord account to see how easy it is for them. I mean, if you're not used to it, I know you've got to give Discord your email, then they send you an email, and then you verify it's you and all that. And you do that one time, and then you can get into all the rooms. But top of the room name. Let me just, okay, what did you say? Okay, there we are. I'm sorry, I'm just distracted. So TI test room. There it is, yes. Oh, up here, okay. Click the down arrow. Invite people. Cool. Now, the only reason I don't do that is that he put a limit. You know what? Who cares? He put a limit of 10. Invite people. I don't want the link to never expire, so okay. Expire in 7 days, okay. Let's just do it. Okay, guys, this is a link to get into the Discord room, okay? But I would appreciate it, especially if you've never been in a Discord room, okay? I just want you to go through the exercise of having to give Discord your email and all of that, okay, to show you, and then you can get into the room. Now, again, this is just for you guys to see. Now, if you want to, I do have some tabs that I've created. They look exactly like the main room tabs: specific stocks, general market, TI questions. Okay, and you can do this. And I actually put the pre-market actives in here. Yay, DAKT, come on down. Shameless cheering. Is that you, Pepe? Pepe Prime? Is that you? So I'm seeing people coming in. Yeah, Billy. No kidding on the Billy, guys. Billy, an earnings play from last week and through the 200-day moving average again. And by the way, who said yesterday that it has to be monitored 24/7? Not true for us anyway, because I can disconnect our server. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that. Morning, North. Good morning, Real. Okay, guys, that G triple I, just hanging around, hanging around this area up here. Man, Michael Noss, believe it or not, took RNAZ. This is way outside of the stuff that he normally does, but he took it this morning. I was just watching him in our Slack channel, and he said, "I'm taking this one," and he took it. So again, guys, the exercise going into the Discord room is just to show you the quality of the audio and the quality of the video, and I think it's stellar. Okay, I don't know if I'm getting delayed here. I got to talk about my homepage, guys. Okay, my homepage. I'm watching the Bivy again, guys. Again, that 615 mark, 615 to 620 is kind of my key. It's clear that sixth level. Okay, on my homepage, this is what you'll find. Click on my homepage link. Hopefully that formatting is correct today. Good. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off. Okay, the first month only or the entire year. This is what Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less the 15%. The big difference between between premium and standard is the AI, which gave to you the short of MRTX today, 63.20. There's a 7% move. Also, this one right now, I think Ollie was working earlier too. So that's what the AI looks like. You have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the exact time. And you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. But that is what the AI looks like. There's nothing really for you to do. These alerts just automatically appear. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. In other words, there's G triple I, guys. Boy, this is getting interesting for me. Nothing happens in the pre-market with the AI. You don't have to take on an annual plan. You can go month to month if you want. That's fine. 118 for standard, 228 for premium. You'll get 15% off that first month only. Okay. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward. At any time, though, if you do want to take on an annual subscription, we'll honor that 15% promo. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do this first. The getting started with trade ideas, 10 short videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes. Okay. Your first startup and login, toolbar, right click magic. I'm sorry, the first one was a download and installation. Okay. Please do that first. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. The trade of the week this week was AG's First Majestic Silver. I don't think it is triggered. It still has not triggered. I believe the trigger was 960, so it is not triggered. So consequently, it's sort of a no-go. But that is free. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. We have a big education section right here. The user guide. Click on the user guide. So you'll see the getting started section again. Now, at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about stock racing. Okay. At the very, wow, look at Dakota for me. Sorry, guys. Now, the trick is it going to take out two, or should I take some off? Just give me a moment here, okay? A lot of other information, obviously, in the user guide, but make sure you know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what stock racing is all about, okay? In that education section, we also have daily support sessions. So today is Wednesday, should be Jamie in our YouTube room today. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And again, because it's Wednesday, it should be Jamie. I will verify that. And I'll also put the link to YouTube in the main room before I do take my break. Daily webinar. So this is the one I help out on. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week, it's Tuesday, Thursday. So you can sign up for them all here. More educational videos about trade ideas. And back to basics, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. So this is not third party. Put this together. It's a free resource for you. Okay. Introduction to charts and candlesticks and support and resistance. So great if you are new to trading. Please take a look at this. The last, my scans that I have. So here are the ones that I'm sharing. This is the one I use in the pre-market, or the two I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. You've seen me talk about that 10-day daily breakdown. That's where I found the Dakota, DIKT, and others are there. You hear me every now and then talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. But here, and I showed you the Halts resumes. So these are the ones that I'm sharing right now. These are the two races that you see. So if you decide to take out a subscription, sorry, just give me a moment. There we go. So if you decide to take out a subscription, please use my link and my promo code. The room will get credit, and I get it. Yes, I do get a little compensation from that also. So, but it helps the room to keep everything free. Okay. Also, you save my link, you have access to my scans and this big education section. What I've tried to do in my homepage link is give you most of the information that I think you'd want to see without having to go to our homepage, the Trade Ideas homepage, and kind of scour. Okay. Okay, guys. I've taken some of the Dakota out. Okay, I was just watching, in case it cannot take out that two level. And just watching that histogram starting to get a little bit bigger there. So it got down to 207, I think, 204. So I'm always wary of a stock taking out a whole number like that. So I've taken some out from that 221. So what is my value parameter on my large cap scan? Are you talking about what filter do I use? If you're talking about that, my minimum, I'm going to go over I'll go over these in a bit, the stock racing and the difference between these two. So what I use here is a minimum 500 million market cap, okay? And a minimum also of a 50 million float. That's why you don't see tremendous percentage jumps like you will here, but that doesn't mean, to not look at them. And of course, if you take my scans, you can always adjust them. You don't want it if you wanted like a billion market cap instead of 500 million or some other market cap value. I'm giving you these two scans, but of course you can adjust them. Just give me one moment, please. Yeah, you may not get too many hertz, changing it to 2 billion. I shouldn't say that because I mean, I've got a 500 million minimum, but a lot of these may be 2 billion. Don't know. So 55.45, okay, 55.45. So there's the VWAP at 54.39. So that could stall it. Real's talking about a potential short of ASO around that 55.45 mark. But the VWAP it's going to be just about $1 away. So I don't know if that's enough for you or boy, if Dakota takes out two. Oof. All right, guys, so I showed you that I'm sharing a lot of my scans or some of my scans, and we have a lot of scans here also. Here meaning if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, not channel bar, but docked channel bar, and you'll see we have a lot of theme-based channels right here. Yeah. Sorry. Oh my goodness. Okay, we have one called momentum. Okay, so now what the exercise I'm going through right now, and all this is in the guide. All right, I'm not trying to explain every aspect of trade ideas, but what I'm showing you right now is these channels that you see here. They are theme based. So this is a momentum channel. So if you like this scan that you see in any one of the channels, all you have to do is take it out of this layout. And to do that, so for instance, if I look at this momentum scan, and if you want to know what a scan is looking for, including the ones that I'm sharing, you just right click and okay, give me a moment, a little bit slow right now. Right click, configure. I don't want to wait. I think what I have to do, I have to get rid of a lot of top lists and alert windows again. This is what can happen. Give me a moment as yeah, something is a little sluggish for me right now. And it's probably in this dock channel bar. But anyway, let me just try it again, configure. There we go. Okay, so here's the summary. Click on the summary, and it's going to show you what the scan is looking for. So here in this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $50. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal. up to this point of the day, 11 o'clock. This is the key one. These two key. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes 400% of normal. This is the screening aspect of trade ideas. Okay, lots of screeners out there, but we're a scanner. Okay, I mean the top list basically is the screening aspect, but this is the scanner in action, because if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that's what we're really good at, getting real, and that is, I'm going to show you, we have a lot of other filters or alerts. In this particular case, if the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So you might be saying, well, wait a minute, it says 10:59 and the time is 11:07. That's the last alert that happened. Okay, no other stock since I've opened this window has met these filter requirements and made a new high. So that's why we're not seeing anything new. Oh, guys, okay, Bivy is over 6 again. So again, if you like this window, if you like the idea of that scan after you look at it, I'm going to make a decision here pretty soon. Again, guys, this is not a recommendation to take that trade at, between the 6:15 and 6:20. All out of the Dakota, guys. That was a good exit for me, really. See, that 2 just did not, I was very, very aware of that 2. And not being able to break it. Okay, so if you want this scan as an example, you right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. Basically what you're doing is you're taking it out of this layout. And what happened is it popped on one of my other monitors. So here it is, free floating. And you notice our EPL just showed up. Now, you might say, well, wait a minute, I just clicked on the alert. How come it's not showing up here? So here's what you should do, because, and I'm going to bring this up. I kind of disagree with what the way they've done this, because when I click on an alert here, our EPL, it's going to show up in these two charts. Okay, that's because if I right click and I click on symbol linking, it says into the dock window. So it's only going to show the charts. When you click on the alert, it's only going to show up in the charts that were created in this window, in this channel. So what you have to do, because typically, of course, you're going to have your own charts and your own layout, what you want to do is to go to the symbol linking and uncheck the dock window and click link to all when you're in free floating, because obviously, if you want to have this as part of your layout, you want it to load into your charts. So next step then would be to go to symbol linking and click on link to all. Now, when I click on this, notice how it'll click on it, it'll go into every chart I got open, even the ones, this is my layout underneath. Here's another one that's showing up, FOA. You can see the volume. There's a 15-minute right there, but there's the volume. So if you like this, then all you do is now if you like it as it is, then you can right click and save or share to cloud. You save it to the cloud. Now it's in your cloud. Now, if you like the idea, but maybe you wanted to make some changes, you right click, configure, and click on that summary. And again, this is what it's looking for, but you might want a different price range. So you just click on that icon for price and go into the box and make the change. Again, I am not expecting you to remember everything. This is all in the guide. I'm just giving you an overview. Okay, and I click on the summary and now it's changed. So you can either take it exactly the way we've got it, or you can make some changes, then say okay, and then save it to your cloud, okay? Now, one thing, if you're in this channel and you make some changes, yeah, if you stay in this channel, the changes will be in effect. But if you leave the channel and then you come back, those changes that you may have made in anything will not be in effect. The reason being is that these channels are for everyone. So the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily reflect that's what everybody else wants to do. Okay? Because we get that a lot. You know, make a change and then you come back and say, hey, wait a minute, how come it's showing me stocks I don't want to see? Now, if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. A moment as I try to get a. So here is the 10-day daily breakout scan. That's the one I'm sharing. But just to give you an idea how you can make your own scans. So you have an alert window, and if you click on search, these are all the real-time alerts that we have. You know, there's that new high, new low right at the top. That's typically what a lot of people will use, but we have a lot of others, you know, real-time alerts, new 5-minute highs, 10-minute highs, 15-minute highs, things like that. You do not have to learn all of these, okay? Don't get overwhelmed. Don't think, man, I can't learn this program because how can I possibly learn all of these? You don't have to. And these are the filters, the screening aspect. Again, you don't have to learn them all. Now, I made a mistake. I didn't realize the company actually started in 2001. I thought it was 2003, but anyway, when the company started, they figured that most people did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to use the program to create their own scans. So that's why we have so many alerts and filters. Lots of different trading styles, okay? And so we had to create enough of them so that for the majority, well, I would say 99% of our customers can find a way to create their own scans if they want to with the available filters and alerts that we have. Okay. So one of you guys in our Discord room, why don't you just type something into the specific stocks? Just put, I just want to see how, I mean, I'm pretty sure what's supposed to happen is it's going to highlight it. Okay. It's going to turn, there we go. Hello, thank you, Pepe. That's okay. Yeah, I just have to get used to knowing when there's something in some of the. There you go, Linda. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's just going to be. Just got to get used to. You know, the other room is a little easier, but I'll get used to this. And Pepe, you're you have the final say. Audio and video compared to say YouTube and or the main room. Way better. Okay. All right, that's great to know. Way better. I like way better. Um, it could be pretty soon, real. It's just a matter of my understanding how to navigate through, and you know, there's going to be a transition. I mean, we're almost for sure going to do it. We had been testing it internally with the other guys, trade ideas, of course, for about 3 weeks now. And yesterday we opened it up for like invited people just to take a look. And I think it's, well, you know, the main thing is, of course, we don't want to go backwards in terms of video and audio quality, but but I think everybody thinks it's at least as good, if not better. And Pepe, who I respect, said way better. So I have, well, I already did. I already created an invite. So you don't have to, but it's interesting that you can do it too. Anybody can do it. Interesting. So again, with that Discord link that I popped in there, I'm just really more interested in those of you who've never been in a Discord channel before to go through the process, okay? And just let me know, how it was. You only have to do it one time, and then you have access to all the Discord rooms. And then of course, we'll have a link for our room that you can go into every day. I'm just trying to copy that link. Just give me a moment. Yeah, I'm not sure if we want to disable that. I mean, I wouldn't care if somebody wanted to invite people into our room. Why would I care? Have to think about that. Very clear on an iPad. Excellent. Yeah, guys, I've been yakking about GIII. Give me a moment. Yeah, I don't see that that's a big problem. I think that's great if people want to invite people into the room. Yeah, it's a public room. I don't think we're going to shut down YouTube. I think I'll still stream to YouTube because it's there are people that, though it all depends. I'd love to just do it in Discord and that's it. Just have one one room to worry about, but because I've got to keep right now. Now I'm keeping tab. Well, again, the thing with Discord, it's just testing it right now. I mean, we will not have this room up and running anymore. Yeah, I'll be honest, we don't get too many people in the YouTube room, but I guess it is easy. Well, I don't know if it's going to be easier. I mean, if we put here in our link the dock channel bar, and down here it says YouTube, but maybe we should have, hopefully we can have Discord down here also. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:20. So let me just quickly go over these races, okay? So if you're new to trade ideas or new to trading, I think this is a wonderful way to start because it'll get you to focus on just a few stocks all day long. Let me explain why. So I have two races that I'm running here, and I'm sharing these two races. So if I right click and click on open top list, before we had races, this is what a top list window was used for. So for instance, if I wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from yesterday's close, as long as I had a column header like that, you can see change from the close percent right there. If I double left click rapidly, I can see that VOR, I guess I am sleeping on it. Let me see what it's doing now. It always digs at me. Yeah, it's had a nice little run actually. So I can see that VOR is up 28%, VIVI is up. See how I did not take it. You know, again, I did not take that. It's too jumpy right now. But anyway, if you wanted to see these stocks, great. You know, these are up the most from yesterday's close. If I want to see the ones that are up the most from today's open, you know, as long as I have a column header that I can sort on, then I can just double left click on it, and that's going to tell me. Not the problem, but I mean, great. It might be interesting to know, but how are you going to use this to trade? For instance, what if IKNA right down here at 6.6% from a change from the open? What if all of a sudden it really started to move? Now it's 10%, now it's 15%, now it's 20% from the open. You couldn't possibly see that, okay? Unless you're staring at a long list of stocks. So that's where the races come in. Just bring this up one more time. So this is what if a stock is between $1 and $50 and 200,000 shares minimum traded and up at least 2% from yesterday's close, if any stock meets these filter requirements and is really starting to move, I will see it in this race. You know, how it works is this. I run 4-minute races. I chose 4 minutes. You can choose 5 minutes or 2 minutes or 10 minutes. It's up to you. It is customizable, of course. I decided 4 minutes. So when the race starts, you will start to see stocks kind of jockeying for position to see who's in the top of the leaderboard. So since this race started, KTRA has moved 1.5%. That's why it's at the top here. But of course, that could easily change. You know, there's DBGI has moved at 1.35%, but you can see how as the race progresses, you know, this is going to, it's like any other leaderboard. Think of a car race or, the 100-meter dash. Obviously usually you're going to have some just changes at the top. So, well, what is the interesting part is that this automatically creates a top list or a watch list for you, a top 10 watch list for you. And it creates it by looking at the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So in the number one position, IKNA has won 3 races, VIVI has won 3, Tour, etc. This is automatically created for you. Okay. And so this gives you great focus. I mean, one of the major problems of trading, I think, for a lot of people is not knowing what stocks to kind of focus on all day long. Because now what I should have said also earlier when I was talking about how you can take scans from our channels, you don't want to have so many scans up and running. You don't want to have like 10 alert windows and 20 top list windows. You'll be clicking like mad and getting nothing done. Okay. So especially if you're new to trading, this is just a wonderful way to just concentrate on a few stocks. So for instance, I'll look at SFIX right there, because this is what, you can start doing. You can look at this one and go, I wonder, well, maybe if it gets back over $4, I might want to trade it. So maybe put a price alert there. Okay, I'm not saying that's what you're going to do, but the bivy. I've talked about bivy many times. I guess I got rid of all my price alerts, so let me re-put them, or re-put that one, 615. For maybe if it gets back over that 615, I want to be aware of it. Doesn't mean I absolutely am going to take the trade, but I can create a price alert. But you can see what I'm doing. I can go through these various stocks, because sometimes a stock may only win one race. Doesn't mean it's bad, because a stock could finish in theory, second 20 times. Is just not showing up in this list. It could win one race and then it finishes second 19, way better than a stock that has only won one race and then it disappears. And as a bonus, my mouse pointer is larger in Discord. I went back, and this is not a large pointer. I had to go back. It was driving me crazy. Good. Now, the difference between these two races is that this one, as it's called, large cap gainers from the open percent. So these are stocks. What I added as two filters is 500 million minimum market cap and a 50 million minimum float. So you will not see stocks with like crazy percentage moves. Doesn't mean you shouldn't click on them. And in fact, if you're new to trading, this might be an easier way to get started because, these stocks here are pretty volatile. Like, they're very volatile because of, but you can see every now and then you'll see something 5, 10, 15% crazy move. You will not see that here. So it might be a little, I hate to say the word or use the word easy. Nothing is easy, but they're just not going to be quite as volatile. Shows up as a size. I haven't been a size 3 in a while. Look at the market, guys. Look at that market. Putting in a big red bar. And then again, practice trading, everybody. Practice before you actually commit money to the market. If you're new to trading, I know you want to start trading the second your account gets funded. I know. I'm going to try to dissuade you from doing that. I really believe you should practice trading first. If I threw you the keys to my jet and you didn't know how to fly it, what would you do? You probably have to take a course, right? I mean, I'm sort of kidding, but I'm not. I don't know why people think that, I'll just start to trade because, that looks good, or that looks good, or that looks good. All right. So practice trading. I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. The link has two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. Doesn't work with any other brokerage accounts, okay? I have no idea when or if we're going to be able to add any others. So don't ask, please don't say, well, does it work with Thinkorswim? No, okay, it's only Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. But again, listen closely. This is a feature that we've got. So if you don't have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner, okay? Doesn't matter who your broker is. It doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use our program. It just means you won't have access to this feature. Now, the other thing is, just one moment, please. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm now back. So yeah, so where was I? Practicing trading. So you can use this window that we call Brokers Plus, and you can practice trading. Okay, it uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker yet. If you're so undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, then you can use this because it uses our real-time data. All you need is our standard service. And to load Brokers Plus, you just click on New Brokers Plus. This window will show up. You may have different headers than I do, but it doesn't. You can, obviously that is customizable. And then it should say not connected. Now, if you can't see this for some reason when you load Brokers Plus, maybe it's shrunk like this. I don't know. You just have to grab the right-hand corner and pull it. Okay, and then you'll see the not connected. You click on Sim for simulation. That'll change to account. Okay, and then click on the account, and that'll change now to simulated trading default. So what you're seeing here, these are some, when I was showing people how to do this, okay, I kept these, I guess, obviously I kept these in the simulator. It's all in the simulator, okay? We're showing people how you can take a trade. Holy smokes on the RNAS. Michael, I'm sorry. Those of you who know Michael, and he's very, he even calls himself a very boring trader. I mean, he certainly is not like an active day trading type. And as he said, now he's going to become a penny stock trader because he took this RNAS down here. Look at it now, all because they canceled the financing. And this is how, well, I saw it also. I saw it also some other scan because I was mentioning it this morning also. Um, this is the scan that he used, microfloats. I'll just give it to you. Sure he doesn't mind. So these are the microfloats. I'll even put this in. Now, how do I do this? Where am I going to put this? If I were going to put this in Discord, where am I going to put that? Maybe in general market talk. I don't know. One thing in Discord, it's way easier for me to create tabs, and things like that. I used to have, and listen, the guy who, it's a third party who develops, he sells this trading room software to, I don't know how many other companies, but, he's really, really good. Sorry to see him go because, he's very, very, very good at customer support and all that. But I used to have to rely on him to do everything, if I wanted different tabs and things like that. But anyway, so let me see what it looks like. So this is the one. This is how Michael, no, it's a trade idea. It's found micro floats. So let's see what his scan, what it looked like, what was looking for. Micro floats. Volume is at least 500,000 shares. Oh, so it's really nothing, it's just 10 million max float, that's all. But he didn't have a price, he didn't put any price limitation, so that's why you can find probably some really crazy ones, like maybe even sub pennies. And I don't know what he sorted it on. The change from the close, that's what he sorted it on. Now, we would have seen our NAS in here, but I had a minimum price of I think $1 or $2. So he has a minimum IJA of 500,000 shares. Yeah, so IJA asked, do we have a Discord room? Now, I mean, technically we have a Discord room. You know what I might start doing though is, those of you who are in the main room, maybe you want to just come on over. We have to have a transition, of course. I cannot just shut this room down today and then expect everybody to know to go to the Discord room. But yeah, I just have to give you the invite, Ija. Or maybe I don't. It's called trading. See if you can just get in. You have a Discord account, I'm assuming. See if you can get into it. It's called Trade Ideas Test Room. See if you can just get into it without my giving out the invite link. See, I don't know how Discord works. I mean, I know there's thousands of Discord rooms, but I don't know exactly how it all comes together. So Pepe, if somebody just searches on Trade Ideas Test Room, they can just come in right now. I don't have to do an invite because it's a public room. We're not. Is that how that works? You can't find it in search. Okay. So it's probably not public like that then. Okay, so I'll give you the link that I used. Ija, just give me a moment. I'm going to find it now. You lock down the room for an invite or open room. Okay. So this is all really new for me. Okay. I mean, all I've been using it for is just to make sure that people could hear me and see and see the screen and the quality. Okay, here it is. Just give me a moment. Gosh, it's hard to do it here. Okay, here is the link to get into the room. Yeah, that is it's a lot more flexible, Walton. You're absolutely right in terms of the webinars, etc. Okay, Roger, I just put the link above. Okay. So Roger, in our YouTube room, I just put the Discord link above where you just posted that. How do I get in? And remember, guys, I'm not. I'm just waiting. I'm not really moderating it too much. I mean, I'm sort of checking this to see once this turns white, I know there's something that's or lights up. I know there's a question or something has been posted. But I do like the idea. I mean, the moderation is, yeah, just lock the room down once I'm done. So I don't have to worry about that. All right, guys, what time? Wow, 11:43 already. Holy smokes. Okay, I just want to make sure it is Jamie. What a fast morning. Okay, so Jamie, I'm just pinged him. I want to see if make sure he is in our YouTube room today because I do take a break in about 15 minutes between 12 and 1 Eastern time. I see we have a few people in the in YouTube right now. Not YouTube, but our new Discord room. Okay, Ija, nice one on the VOR. Ija called in our YouTube room. Let me just, I'm going to find out about, just give me a moment. Hello, Nebo or Nebo. Welcome to the room. So Ija, I'll ask you because you're Mr. YouTube, you're in there all the time. If we got rid of YouTube, for instance, and you just had to go into Discord, would that how, now not that you'll have the final say, but how would you feel about that? Make it easier for me, certainly, just having the one room. So if you didn't have YouTube then to get into to follow me and see the screen, etc., you'd be okay with that? Just having Discord? I'm asking IJ in our YouTube room because he is a he never likes the main room. Okay, he likes to stay in YouTube, which is fine. Okay, okay. No, Nebo, you're in the right room. Okay, you're in the what we call the main room. Okay, we do have a YouTube room going at the same time. Excuse me. It's the same. They hear me, they see my screen, but they're on a delay. YouTube has a delay. I guess Discord does not have a delay. Pepe, you can tell me. Does Discord have a delay like YouTube? Sorry, guys. I know I'm sort of diverting from talking about stock, but if we're going to make this switch, we have to really understand what we're doing. Don't want to make it without. So Discord does not have a delay. Okay, that's another plus. A moment, guys. Okay, PayPal, upward guidance, PYPL, PYPL. Look at this RNAS. Holy, that's amazing. What a move. What a move for RNAS. Just because they canceled their financing. I mean, that's it. Withdrawal of their, they were going to do a share offering of up to 12.5 million shares. I guess they must have announced that back here. They must have announced it right here that they were going to do that. And that caused the first drop and then the second drop because this was a stock up at 150. You can see the 200-day moving average. So that's must have been when they announced the financing plans. And then I don't know, usually when they announce it's a lot faster than that, but I guess they waited and waited and waited. And then they said, nope, we're not going to do it. Haven't seen a move like this for a while, guys. I mean, it's not the percentage, but just coming from that sub $1, and then a lot of times you see these stocks maybe break a dollar briefly, and then they just fall. But this is pretty. This is trying to get back to, the pre-announcement, I guess, or the announcement of their financing. I guess it's trying to get right back up to that level. I'm not saying it's getting there. I want people to think it's going to get to 155, but so let's see if it is Jamie in our room. It is Jamie, yes. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna keep an eye on the Dakota later on, DAKT, in case it does take out two. I'm not in it anymore, but I want to. I'm gonna stick at a price alert around 202 and see if it takes it out later on. Again, all-time low. and they're reporting late. Aha, that is a late. No, we still have the 12th, so I'm not sure what that means. I thought they were going to start reporting late. Nobody likes to see that because usually there's a reason for that, and usually the reason is not good. So you guys have been talking about ASO as I've been doing other stuff. Wow, as you say, strong. Yeah, very strong. So I guess in theory it triggered real, but then it came right back up. I think you said 55.45, or I'm sorry, 56.40, or 55.45, something like that. But anyway, that really held. Well, yeah, I lost sight of this Herbalife. I was thinking about maybe it's going to pop off that 12, and it certainly did, 1282 through the VWAP also. Wow. Great alert from the AI. I have to admit today on that MRTX short 63.20. At one point got down to 53. That's almost like a $10 move. And this is what we're talking about here. Look at that. There was a alert at 63.20. And Ollie, not bad, 51.92, but certainly this is a star. So three shorts. Oh, I know. I know. Absolutely. When Real is saying, always, you set the price alert doesn't mean, just like I always say, just because I set a price alert, like for Bivy, BIVI at 615, it doesn't mean that, okay, hit 615, I take the trade. Now I start watching to see how it's trading. Okay. It doesn't mean I absolutely take the trade, but the price alert gets me to look at the chart first, just like Real is saying. Well, this one is not shortable for me. Arnaz at Interactive Brokers, not shortable for me. Okay, guys, I am going to put in the, let me just get rid of all this. Okay, I'm going to put my announcement in. Jamie will be in our YouTube room very soon. Oops. Okay, so Jamie will be in our YouTube room momentarily. So let me put the YouTube link in. And of course, what we will be able to do now with Discord is Jamie can just go into the Discord room and just send you guys there, or what we'll call it probably the 12 to 1 spot or something like that. You won't have to go over to YouTube. You just stay in Discord and go to another room within the Trade Ideas room, I guess. more I see the possibilities, definitely I like it. Okay, so there is the YouTube link. So I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. All right, any news on this VAR? Oh, that's right. So this is they raised a bunch of money at $4. What? $4.30. Okay, $4.30 a share. Okay, so the market is saying great. Not typical reaction, but they're saying great, no problem. When I was showing you the momentum channel, we saw FOA. I think it was one of the ones that showed up. No, was that Jamie? Yes, it's Jamie. There you are, Jamie.
Hello, Barry.
Hello, James. How are you?
Uh, I am doing better.
Oh, right.
But I
You
tell
kind of
you,
shook.
this Texas funk that's going around, both, Andy lives in a completely different town, and it got him too. But I was a bit more of a latecomer than him, so
Hmm.
almost done with it, but not quite 100%.
Well, and I know we talked about the flu shot, but I'm not gonna bring that up again. But hey, have you had a chance to go into? Just give me one moment. I want to mute the other room. Okay. Okay,
Sure.
guys, I'm going to mute the main room now. I'll see you guys at around 1 o'clock. Have you had a chance to go into our Discord room?
You're asking me.
Now I'm asking you. Yes.
I have not. I intend to, but I just have not yet.
Okay, because this is pretty cool. I think it's going to be an overwhelming success. In terms of everybody's saying the video and the audio is better, so that's a big plus. It's pretty simple, but plus even these noontime sessions, all we have to do is, I just create a tab within Discord and say 12 to 1 session, and then well, when I take my break, I just say, hey, go to that tab, and there you are, or whoever's on for that day. So we don't have to go to you don't have to go to YouTube because everybody will already be in Discord, and if they want, they can just go over there as an example.
I like it.
And
I
the
like the idea.
possibility that we won't even have YouTube anymore. I talked to one of our big YouTube users, Ija. I'm sure you recognize his name, and he's
Hmm.
been there forever in YouTube. Doesn't really like going to the main room. And so I asked him, I mean, what if we shut down YouTube and just had Discord? He said, go for it. I mean, that's a sample of one, but but there's a guy who is really against going into the other rooms. So it's a done deal in terms of we'll definitely be switching to Discord. Just a matter of how we do it in terms of notifying people. I don't want to one day people try to come into the main room or YouTube and then it's not there. So obviously we have to have some kind of a transition, but it's definitely going to happen.
Yeah, good deal. I mean, let the best technology win. I
Hmm.
attempted to get in, but for some reason I haven't used my Discord account. I mean, I opened it up many years ago, and I'm having issues resetting the password, so I might just have to open up a new account to get to get over that hump. But yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. So I'll let you go. Or now, can you go to one, or do you have
Uh,
to head off earlier?
no, one will be fine. Let me
One's fine.
grab the screen here.
Okay. See all this stuff we do now. Just right within Discord. I like it.
Very good, sir. Okay, we're good to go. See you in about an
Okay.
hour.
Okay, you bet.
All right, just making a few adjustments there. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop. Let me grab my pen over here. And there it is. Okay, hello, hello, hello. Hello, Aya. Doodle Dum. What didn't work for you? Were you talking about what were you talking about there? Hello, Iris. I'm doing well, doing well. Not too shabby today. Hope you're doing all right as well. But yeah, I've been pretty active this morning. Got a little bit of purple down here. Was a nice little run. Not real big, but nice and orderly up move there with not a lot of wiggles. It was interesting today. Hey, Webb. Pretty much getting strong after this little dip down here close to lows. But Lufax not really participating. Was actually popping new lows while K-Web was going up, so there's a little disconnect there. Here's my single stock window. Decided I didn't want to go blank there. Huh. There we go. Okay. So in any case, I hope you guys are having a decent day as well. Oh, you're referring to Discord there, Doodle. Yeah, and as I said earlier, I've got to revive my account or open up a new one because my attempts to reset my password for some reason, I never get the little email that they're supposed to send. So anxious to get in there and see what it's all about, though. And of course, pretty active on the race side of things today. Carvana getting that. I believe it was a big downgrade today. Forgot from which firm did it, but gee, surprise, surprise. This IPO looking very similar to a lot of the other IPOs. If we just take a zoom out look at the weekly here, I've talked about this before, how many IPOs there have been that look like this. And at least Carvana had a little, a period of, lower areas before it made its big run. A lot of these newer issues just start off in the trees and now they're down in the dumps to the tune of, 10x or so. But when we look at Carvana, which topped out close to 400, down at 4, that's almost a factor not of 10x, but of 100. And wow, just wow in that Carvana. I mean, who would have thought that car vending machines weren't really going to be the next big thing? Amazing. But looking like it's well on its way to, much lower than this, kind of putting in some fits from the gap down and the bad news, but not looking good for old Carvana. Yeah, that's what I would assume, Iris. Boy, they sure poured a whole lot into marketing and commercials and all that good stuff, but apparently to no avail. All right, so last night I was trying to put together a window. We all know the open is a very tricky time, very slippery slope. Now, it is possible to make some decent entries on the open as long as you know what your risk is. So I was trying to put together a window, an alert window that would show me some potential opening good candidates. This is one that I took this morning, this TV right here. Okay. So notice the 503 entry price right here. All right. This opening 5-minute candle today, we opened at 505. I think I actually shorted some at 502, but not bad. Okay. And we can see here what transpired after that period. So got about 12 cents on a little $5 stock with no sweat. Okay. Um, and if it went against me, the high of the opening 5-minute candle was the trigger. Got right up to it right there. But of course, we're always going to put it about a penny above. So this is interesting. And there's some other ones on here who acted the same way. Of course, some are going to go against, but we know that if we shorted, say, 519 right here, and the high of that candle is 521, then we're risking 2 cents, right? So even though it did gyrate up, top of that 5-minute candle is the out. Okay, JetBlue, 792, an open of 796 there with a high of 791. So JetBlue coming in right where that 200 period is on the 5, that blue line right there, and then a little vacillation, and then a move lower, right, down to the 763 area. That's not a very bad percentage if we're looking to attempt to participate in some opening trades there. Now, what I was experimenting around with, obviously, the alert is simple. It's a new low. Want thicker stocks. So we're saying 2 million shares average over the 3-month period. Low dollar stocks here. But this is really what's making this interesting. Okay. I start watching these not right on the open, but in the second 1-minute period. Of course, it all looks homogeneous here because we're looking at 5-minute candles. But I start looking at these, and you can see I've got the history pulled up here. We're only looking at the second 1-minute period, 8:31, the 8:31 minute, since the market opens at 8:30 here in Central Time. But I'm basically saying in that opening 1-minute period, we don't want the stock gyrating more than a penny. Okay. Telling me it's not acting too crazy. All right. That doesn't mean it can't move against you. But in that opening 1-minute period, we've got a pretty stable uh, little range there of about, plus or minus a penny. Um, so this is just something that I put together last night, tried it out this morning, got a couple of good trades. Um, but by no means does it mean, hey, this is signed, sealed, and delivered and, you know, ready to distribute. So I could give it out, Iris, but you got to understand it was even hard for me to keep up with all these because all of these guys came out in the first 1 minute. Then I just started kind of taking a gander um, at ones that I thought might work. Of course, it was just kind of random. Um, so I don't mind giving this one out, but I'm not really sure it would do you a whole lot of good. But if you really want it, I will give it to you. Just keep in mind, this is just an idea that I'm testing out. By no means is it something that you should just dive into on the open. I tell you what, let's just go ahead and take a peek at the history here. See, I'm only looking at that second minute period there. You'll take your chances. Well, I like the spirit. Okay, yes, and let's just kind of take a look at, say, the first 10 that came out. All right. So I'll do a little win and loss column here. Okay, SNDL 276. which would have put us in about right here. That's actually 275, 276. Never got to the top. Okay, so our risk would have been a nickel there. Close, no cigar. So 276, down to 268 pretty quick, kind of capitulating at 266. So once again, I'm only looking at these for the larger, thickly traded, low dollar stocks here. All right. So SNDL, we'll chalk that up as a little win there. All right. SRNE coming out at $1.09. High of the candle was $1.12, so a 3-cent risk there that kept us in at $1.09. And it looks like the most that would have ever given was 3 cents, but still a winner technically. All right, apparently this one would have been a loser. So we're looking at PL here at a price of 516. So we would have been short here. And top of that candle would have been a 3-cent loser. All right. DNN $1.08 and the high was $1.09, so that was also a small loser. Okay, tops. This one's been around. Everybody knows that when tops, is in play, it can make some pretty crazy moves. Of course, it's not really in play today. It's just trading, it's same old volume, kicking out 2.5 million already. But interesting nonetheless. $1.94 and the top of that candle, $1.96. So we're at $1.94 and we get a release down to $1.80. So we could say there was 14 cents of potential in that one. All right, another good one. J Blue. All right. 792 on the entry, which is about right there. High of the candle. So we're only risking 4 cents. 792 with potential all the way down to 763, almost 30 cents on this one. All right. Once again, kind of pecking at our entry level, but never getting above the high of the opening 5-minute candle. So really good risk to reward here. Let's see, high was 796 up here. So when we talk about risk to reward, this is definitely what we're talking about here. All right. Very small risk area, very large and juicy reward area. So JetBlue, a winner. All right. GSAT, $1.77. The high was only $1.78, so really tiny risk there. And a whopping 4 cents of potential there. So some are going to be small, some are going to be larger. But the prime focus here is the small risk on most of these plays. All right, so we've looked at 7 so far and had 5 winners. I know TV was a winner because I was in this one. 503. There we are right there. High of the opening 5-minute candle, 505. So once again, some pretty small risk. A little sideways action for 15 minutes before it releases. So once again, 503 down to 490. 13 cents of potentiality there. And once again, really large reward area, really small risk area. All right, we've been over JetBlue. 6, 7, 8 we've looked at thus far. All right. Loser on the CLSK, 203. A high of that candle was 205. So we would have lost a couple of pennies on that one. And of course, then it rolls over, pops, gets close to these wicks from yesterday and then rolls over. Happens sometimes. We were right on this one. Just the timing was a little off, but the risk was small, right? A couple of pennies, right? So we'll chalk that up to a loser. So we've looked at 9 trades, 6 winners, 3 small losers thus far. What about AUR? This one looks like it would have stopped. Oh, actually. Okay, $1.22. So yeah. I saw these candles. I'm like, oh, it looks good. Nope. Well, this one a little bit different than all the others. I don't see how that 831. Yeah, I'm on the right day. Hmm. This one looks weird. I gotta check this out. There we go. Okay. So opening 1 minute candle, second 1 minute candle. Yeah, okay, $1.22. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. $1.25. So signal came at 122, only went down a penny, and then slowly, you had plenty of time to exit. But even if you waited till up here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, actually here. So anyway, then when you just look, maybe I was looking at the wrong date or something. Yeah, I think I was. There we go. Okay. So we'll just chalk that one up as a loser as well. AVYA, pretty much the same thing. $1.19, and then we blow through that top there. NDNM would not have worked either. And that one certainly would not have worked either. 875, and the high of that candle there, 883. So see, this one still needs some refining, but I think I'm on the right path. Come on. IMUX, not a bad one there. DNN, we've already looked at. BHC, high there, 738. Yeah, that one would have got us barely. So anyway, it's an interesting concept, but it's still half baked at the best. All right, Jared. Yes, welcome. Glad you're here. All right, Patrick. Yeah, the Orb Assistance. Awesome. Let's see. VOR. Let's check that one out. Okay, our low and our high, and then boom, right here, right around 548. Let's see if it held up. Entry candle 5, 10, 15. Yep, risk area right here. And what I'm saying is entry candle here. Look at the prior 15 minutes, 5, 10, 15. That's where we set our stop. Through some elbows, but even on the 5 minute, looks like the 10 period is in control and not a bad little gain here from approximately 548, 550 up to almost 6. So that's a nice 50-cent potential move or 50 cents of potential profit on a nice clean range break. Notice the volume in these things right now. 20 on the relative side, 5 minute volume down here, still 23 times normal. Pretty low float there, 25 million, and we've only kicked out about 800,000 today. So that's because this little guy usually only does about 100,000 shares a day. But nice grab on that one, Patrick. Roger, I'm not sure. Like I was telling Barry earlier. Okay, he dropped it in there for you. The Discord invite. There you have it. And I tell you what, Iris, before I go, I don't really like dishing this one out to anybody because it's still kind of chaotic. Let's see if we can discover anything about it through back testing. Oh yeah, and by the way, the other little caveat was they had to be down at least a penny from the open, as a sign of weakness if we're trying to short things here. So let's just pop it back to real time here. And this is more of a scalping idea. So we're just going to give it a short hold time here. We're not going to worry about the stop loss or the profit target just yet. I don't really expect to see a lot of good, but we'll see. All right, a decent amount of trades, not that great on the win percentage, not 50%, but let's do this. I haven't used this part of the odds maker in a very long time. But let's see. All right, a little too random still. As we can see here, if we're using the high of the day in that period, takes success down to pretty dismal area. So that's what I'm saying is this is just an idea that I have. Not necessarily going to back test because, trading is highly subjective. And who wants to sit through 7 losing days in a row? If we were trying to take all of these trades, it's just like a normal alert window that you're watching. You've created a high quality information stream. You're not going to take everything that comes through there because you're going to consult the chart pattern. How tight is the pattern? How clean is it? Are there a lot of wicks on the stock? So, while I think this can be a productive window, it's not something there's going to be a lot of subjectivity to it. But was just kind of giving you guys an idea of the idea that I had last night and try to put something together to mimic the setup. And just from the trades that we went through, we looked at 10 trades, we had 6 winners and 4 losers. That's just a slightly better edge than, 50%, right? Okay. Per Barry's advice, don't go there yet. Here's your Discord link, but don't go there yet. All right, let's just check in on the SPY here, and we can see pretty dull as we're bumping up against this little area back here. Little inverted doji right there. Always a chance that we could go down there and test the low of yesterday. Man, before too long, we're going to have a nice little crossing of all the moving averages here. The 10, the 20, and the 200 up here. Carnival, not a bad little move down, but definitely sloppy. Notorious for this stock here. A little inverted horseshoe. Breaks and releases a little bit, but not going to give up that much. A-Web still kind of holding in the middle. LU got up to about half of its range there. But all these guys kind of doing the sleepy sideways dance as well. EV. And watch, when I pull up Neo, you're going to be like, hey, did the chart even change? Not really. XPEV and Neo pretty much go hand in hand. What about, let's see, Lucid is also Chinese. Oh, no. That's what I thought. The flag was late to change. It is not. Or is it? I don't know. I could have swore it was. But I could be confused. All right. Did I miss any questions here? All right. I think we're caught up. I'll tell you one thing that was pretty good from yesterday was this little guy right here, GOS. Big O gap down yesterday, and then was pretty thick for this move here. Once we broke that range going down around the 296 level, and what did we bottom out right there? 223. So I'm starting to like these. I usually am not I don't trade things just based on the gap, but when they're these lower dollar stocks and they've got a lot of volume and plenty of size on the bid and plenty of size on the offer, they can make for some pretty good intraday moves, and depending on how thick the bids and the offers are, you can actually get a little bit of size on these. So Goss was a really good one yesterday. Of course, followed up with another gap down today, and just trying to digest this move. But things not looking too good for GOSS. TLRY was pretty good yesterday too. Came down, took that little bounce, retested that area around the 427 level, and just pretty much released all the way down below 4 before the day was out. So some pretty good action in Tilray yesterday. You talking about me, Barry, or some of these stocks? Because both of those fit. And I did not have enough time today to get my list populated due to jumping into some early trades. So I'm not getting near the hits that I had today. But let's take a look at some of these top 10 winners. Oh, Lord. A little micro stock, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not bad on this guy right here. 67 cents. But boy, what a nice move. Once again, simple range break. Entry candle here, 5, 10, 15. Risk area here, reward area up here. And surprise, surprise, it is a biotech. I'll take that as a compliment, Barry. So RNAS, really nice on that one. Not the prettiest thing in the world. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do we get here? 206. Not bad. Not bad at all. 1, 2, 3. Would have had a risk about 13 cents on that one. Not bad. A little too early for my taste here. Breaking out at 15. Well, actually a little after 10 minutes into the open. 1, 2, 3. Off to the races. Big move. But this probably, let's see here. What was the low there? 450? Risking about 17, 18 cents if he went early on this one. And I'm just going to take a guess here. Say that was a halt. Yep. Must have been a halt, and Bibby. Where'd you go, Bibby? As we can see right here, halted. But definitely worked out if you were long. Now notice, since Carvana is beaten down Oh, it looked like a good range break, rejected. Oh, it's trying to do it again, and it looks like it's trying to reject it again. It just can't get any momentum to the upside, which was perusing Twitter this morning before the open, and I forgot who it was, but the comment was, "Don't buy a stock just because it gapped down a whole lot. There's a reason for it." And Carvana today is a classic example. Sure, you could have gotten lucky and bottom ticked it here and you know, made some money, um, but definitely weak, even though it's looking like it's trying to break out. All right, Vor, that's the one that somebody was talking about earlier. Patrick, participating in the Vor. KTRA 1, 2, 3, 4. If you do like to go early, 1, 2, 3, 4, 20 minutes, 860. Boy, what a nice run there as well. What was our risk? And you would have had to be quick on this one, I'm pretty sure. 1, 2, 3, 831. So that was more like a 30-cent risk there. It's still not bad, but like I said, probably had to be pretty quick with the steal on that one. Oh, Summit from yesterday. Yeah, I forgot about this one. This one took a while, but it finally went. I was watching this one this morning, and some crazy person out there on the offer with, I think, a million shares um, to sell. I was like, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Nope. It was like a million shares on the offer, which was up at this level right here, 229, 230, and you can see that seller is still holding it down, but nice little run on SMMT. Started poking its head out here, buck 57. So you would have had to sit a little bit of pain here. Actually, that was, if we're looking right here, 5, 10, 15. Nice and clean, never threw a wiggle from that point on. A little consolidation here. Actually, another time to add to the position if you did get some of this later day breakout here. And of course, the biggest move going into the close there. What's our weekly looking like on that one? Yep, still got some, if it does get up and boogie, a little bit more room there before we get to the, oops. Hello, Jamie. That's the wrong chart. I was like, that does look weird on the weekly. That doesn't look right. Here's the weekly. And this explains the recent action, right? And notice where we're wicking out up there. Now, if we do ever get a close above 235, it could get interesting again. But for now, a lot of energy expenditure over the week, engulfing all of these lower range candles. So definitely a healthy week for SWMT. And not really a lot to see here, just a boogie right off the open. No setup occurring. DBGI certainly had its day in the sun not too long ago, but a little too stretched out and nothing really good to look at today. And FLJ, a little too thin for my blood. But not a bad top 10 list here from positive change from open. Of course, we're going to have some duplicates in MTC, KTRA. Looks like this is pretty much mirroring Bivy, VOR, DBGI. We got Goss here, but not over there. Carvana, Summit, ENSC. Well, definitely a range that it's put in there. Don't really know if that one's going to do a whole lot of moving today or not. I believe this one is also in the hole. But what is that, a penny spread all day? Stock offering. Okay. Well, it will more than likely break that range at some point in time, so might want to keep an eye on that one. All right, it's only really two different stocks showing up in 1 minute change versus positive change from open. You know, Barry, I've been neglecting the AI today, so let's take a peek. Mertex. Oh, yes. Fits the bill. So Holly pulling out a trade that I really like, MRTX on the short side. What was her entry there? 63.20, right there with the AI price, with a risk identical to what I would say. I mean, that's, keep in mind that's almost a 7-point risk. Yeah, doesn't look like it, but that's 7 points in there. But a beautiful trade nonetheless. Risk 7 to glean a little over 10 if you're still in the trade. But I like the pattern. It's beautiful. What else we got going on here? SNDX. $22 and a mere 43-cent risk in this one. 22 down to a potential of, well, we'll just call it 21. So risking 40 cents to make a point. Not too shabby there either. But yeah, beautiful shorts there, Barry. Thanks for pointing that out. Let's just see here. I had two of those open. Give me a second here. Well, breakdown short as all glory today. But some really nice totals nonetheless, based around a 100-share position. Conservative knocking out almost 5 points. Moderate, meager 13 points. Matching up with aggressive profit. So not a bad day for the old AI today. What do I think about BLDR? I'll just pull it up here. Well, from daily action today, definitely in play. Nice little break from 63.83. Currently up about a point. Let's see, how much would you had to have risked there? On an intraday basis, 63.84. Not bad, a little over 60 cents. Now, where it might be going, well, the way it's behaving right now, not a whole lot of pullback in it. And whether we look at the 5 minute or the 15 minute here, same break, well above the 10 period there. So this one's definitely in play to the upside. I'd say if, if it keeps going in this capacity, we could easily come up here and test the 65.70 level, just matching up with that high of December 1st. Of course, these little guys could play a part, but well, why is my single stock window blanking out like that? Checking in on the volume. It's a little sleepy on the 5 minute right here, 53.7, but knocking out some good volume overall. Currently 1.68 on the relative scale. So that's what I'm thinking about BLDR in the short term there, Edgar. As far as the weekly goes, let's see what I say here. 65.70. What's high that candle there? 65.78. So, if it gets a little friskier in the next day, we could go test the tops of these weekly candles here. But in the short term, potential up to that high of that candle. That would be my, my super suave expert technical analysis of BLDR. When I see that symbol, since it's the holidays, it makes me think of Build-A-Bear Workshop, but that is not Build-A-Bear Workshop. They're a different type of construction. Manufactured building materials. No problem, Edgar. Okay, so we looked at all the race winners, top 10 winners over here. But what about the old Dawn of the Dead? And we can see a duplicate in Summit, which was in these two. I think Tuya is in the top 10 here. But these are some of my favorite race breaks too, because they're all stocks that have been pretty beaten down and are starting to poke their head above water and maybe get a little love from the buyers.
JB.
Barry, why are you whispering?
I didn't want to startle you.
That's okay. My ears are so plugged up, you wouldn't have done
Yeah.
it anyway.
Yeah, you still seem a little congested or
Well,
sound a little
yeah.
congested.
It's you can tell the difference in my voice. I don't
Hmm.
feel bad, which is good, but it's just lingering. I think
Yeah.
Andy said it took him about 2 weeks, and I guess it'll be 2 weeks from me Friday. So fingers crossed.
Yeah, but everybody's different. My wife always says to me, Cecilia says, "Well, I got sick, and it only took me 3 days to get over it, and you're so sick, and it's 5 days. How come?" Oh, we're all different. There's how many 7 billion, 6 billion people on the planet? We're all a little bit different.
That is
So
true. Everything acts as a catalyst differently in every organism.
exactly.
Hmm.
And I said dazed and confused because when you say confused, I cannot think of confused without thinking of dazed. Dazed and confused, the old movie. So that's why I added it to your to it.
I remember Barry driving around in Austin and hearing the commercial for that movie on the radio.
Oh, really? Oh my.
Yeah. When it was first coming out, I was like, "Oh, that sounds cool, man."
Oh yeah. And that's probably exactly what you said. That sounds cool, man. Or groovy. Did you say groovy?
Oh no. A
You,
matter of fact,
you
I never even went and saw it. I wasn't seeing
oh, you
movies back
did.
in. I was a 20-something-year-old stockbroker
Hmm.
and only cared about the markets and drinking.
And now you have a much fuller life, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, good. Oh man. Well, listen, man, I'll let you go if you want. I'm obviously back, so if you do want to take off or you want to spend another 7 minutes, fine, but you can go if you want.
Well, Barry, if you're throwing the offer out there, I'm gonna hit that offer.
Okay.
I'm gonna hit your offer.
I'll match your offer and raise you by 2 kiwis.
All right, all
And
right.
that
Well,
makes no sense at all. But that's why I said it makes no sense.
I appreciate you giving me a little relief here, and hopefully
Okay.
by the time next week rolls around, I'll be all hunky dory and.
Well, just remember your local pharmacy has a flu shot just for you with your name on it. So,
Oh well, yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah.
okay. Okay, my friend.
I'll talk to you
I
later, Barry. Thank you.
Okay. You're
Bye
welcome.
bye.
Bye-bye. All right, guys, I am back in all the rooms now. I'm back in all the rooms. So, okay, thank you, Scott. Yeah, you're right. I don't know why, because I muted it. It wasn't a phone call. I was talking to Jamie in the YouTube room. I was talking to Jamie in our YouTube room, so wasn't a phone call. Um, okay, so G triple I working its magic so far, guys. I'm interested in this CAAS. I know I talked about this quite a bit earlier, I think on that sixth break. Now it popped up to 640 something. And of course, why would I be interested? I'm going to keep an eye on this one because yesterday, of course, it got up to $8. It was a high of $8 before it just came crashing down. So we'll see if this has any more legs in it. And look at that bivy, the BIVI. BIVI is just really a teaser. I mean, look what it did again. It almost took up my high again, which was 620. Well, I actually moved my high up, I think, to 620, 621. And what did it get to? It got to 620 and it didn't take it out. So still, moderately interested in this one. It's struggling to keep above the VWAP, which is 592. I'm talking about the BIVI. So it is struggling to keep above the VWAP. What do I think of MMAT? I mean, it had news this morning, and I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure how to read that. I mean, I can read it, but how to decipher what's going to happen. So, I mean, it had the pop, got all the way up to 250, and it's pulled back quite a bit on a percentage basis. So, it looks like, hopefully you read the news. Process and announce the corporate action of exchanging Meta's series, etc., for the common stock of Next Bridge Hydrocarbons on its daily list. So, I'm in my opinion, I mean, I just don't know what's going to happen with this one going forward now. But it had the pop in the pre-market, but it's pulled 50 cents back, which is, a big percentage move for a $2 stock. So I'm not sure if this is going to trade anymore. I mean, I'd have to really dive into that press release. I'm not sure if that means it's not going to be trading anymore as MMAT in some day in the near future. So how's our friend Arnaz doing? Wow, it's still, you know what? I mean, it's still a little bit of a pullback. Got under $1, so that probably scared off a lot of people if you'd been in it. But if you've been in it since 70 odd, but it still looks kind of strong. Well, of course, David, what I focus on and what you might focus on might be two different things. But for instance, this morning, I've got one of my scans. It's called 10-day daily breakdown. Okay. And it showed up DAKT. And so I ended up taking this short. Now, it actually worked out very well. I mean, on a percentage basis. And I may short this one again if it gets under 2. So why would I take this short as an example? Well, it was an all-time low. I love stocks making all-time lows and on news. Okay, so it was making something about their upcoming earnings release on the 12th. So stock got battered down. So I mean that's one thing that I look for. Okay, on the short side, love stocks making all-time lows. The G triple I. I talked about this one, probably nag people yesterday about this one, saying if it took out this high of 1362. Now this may turn into more of a swing trade for me, but take out that high of 1362 again. See what happened this morning is that it dropped in the pre-market. Now that was just rapid down to 1289. But this is what I was looking at this morning at that 1340 level. And the minute it got up to that 1362, which was the high of that candle 4 days ago, I said, well, you know what? You can't keep talking about it. You got to do it. So, but that is, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to hold it. I honestly don't. I mean, look at the room it's got. What I really look for in intraday trades, and this could turn into one depending on what it does. I may hold it. I have the. I'm not much of a swing trader, but I'm always, if when I'm looking at it, when I'm looking at a chart, most of the things that I see are near all time are near intraday highs. So that's the first thing I'm looking at then. If a stock is making a new intraday high or it's near an intraday high, then I'm looking left to see what sort of room it has, on the daily chart. Where is the next high? If I think it's far enough away on a percentage basis, then I'll probably take the trade. Bivy is a good example of why I'm not in this trade, though, if it shows up. So again, big gap, potential gap up to $8. But, I said I'm steadfast about this. I was not going to take this trade until, well, I'll have an alert set for 621. If it gets to 621 and, the volume is good, there's good volume, but see, the volume is just, it's petering right off. It's hardly anything. So even if it hit 621 and it was on no volume, I probably wouldn't take the trade. But if the volume came in, poured in, and it hits 621, very good possibility I take that trade. Well, I mean, I suppose, do I have good success? Yeah, but I have stops in place, of course, like anything else. But what do you like to do, David? Are you a brand new trader? Because a lot of the things I see are fairly volatile, not for everybody. I kind of like this. Here it is again, the CAAS. Why would I like it? Well, look at what it did yesterday. It was up. It got up to. It was open, I guess, at 803. I mean, it got hammered down to 567, but it's trying to recover. So when I look at something like this, I think, okay, if it can kind of hold the 640 mark for a bit and then pop on some volume, I mean, look at the room potentially until it hits the next high. And again, when I say that, when I say I'm looking left and I'm seeing a high, for instance, on this one of $8, I'm not saying it's getting there. That's not what I'm saying. But all I try to do is take one aspect of why a stock won't keep moving higher. I try to take chart resistance out of play. Okay. There are many other reasons why a stock, I mean, there is a reason why this happened yesterday, still in play. I don't know if it was an earnings play. No, it wasn't earnings. I think, along with a lot of the China stocks. Yeah, this trying to trade it on its own because I mean, this is the ETF for China, so it's not like it had a big red bar. So, I mean, I don't know why, I don't have the reason why CAAS did that. This probably have to do some searching on news. But if you're a new trader, David, I would really suggest that you take a look at, go to my homepage. Okay, and if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link, and one of the, just give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, first you're going to see this. So just scroll down a bit and then get to the education section. Click here for it on the education section. And then scroll down until you see back to basics. Okay. It's a free service. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. I mean, it starts off really, really basic, introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. And it's a great little series, short videos that he put together if you're new to trading. Because it's one thing for me to say, well, this is what I like to do. But what I like to do and how I look at things, I mean, I've obviously had a bit of experience trading, and I might say, well, I'm going to take this trade and I won't get out until a certain point. But all of a sudden, if I see something I don't like, maybe the market turns on me, or I just see something I don't like, I may get out of the trade earlier, as an example. Hard to teach that. And there are a lot of people don't like momentum trading. I mean, it sounds good, kind of chasing momentum, but I hate to use the word chasing because, unfortunately, I think people misunderstand what momentum trading is. I mean, momentum trading is sure you're seeing stocks that have had great, trading abnormally today, typically, in terms of volume, price action, and all that. But it still requires a setup. So for instance, this CAS, I mean, if it holds here for a while, kind of bases here in this 15 minutes, then all of a sudden it pops, I could be induced to taking it, and then I put a stop maybe at the low here and see what happens. CVN is halted, yes, on the way down. Yeah, CVNA is halted on the way down. But, many people would like pullback. So for, pullback trades, you don't want to chase something that's just moving higher and higher. So, you click on an alert. So here's FOA, okay, as an example. So you might look at this and go, well, yeah, I don't want to take it right now. I don't like this pattern, but what if the VWAP holds, that purple line at 137? What if it goes into the VWAP and kind of holds and then bounces from there? That could be a strategy you use, okay? I'm not saying that's what I do. I will do stuff like that. It's not that I'm not scouring for stuff like that all day long, but I'm aware, the VWAP and of course the 200-day moving average. So, if you show up on Tuesdays, for instance, into that YouTube room that you're in, and you'll listen to Michael Noss talk, and he'll just flat out say, unless you have a trading plan, you're going to fail. And I don't mean you specifically, David. I'm just talking in general. And a lot of people go into this and just say, oh, this looks kind of good. I guess I'll take the trade, and maybe you get lucky, maybe you don't. But if you don't have a reason for taking a trade, maybe moving to a certain moving average, pulling back to the VWAP or something. Maybe, it's a bit of a momentum trade, but and it breaks a high at a consolidation. There are all sorts of different trading styles. There's not one trading style that is right, if you get my drift. Whatever, a lot of trading has to fit kind of almost your personality. Michael will talk about this all the time. I mean, how long can you spend in front of a computer all day long? Obviously, I'm here 7 hours a day. I love it. I don't mind staring at charts all day long. But some people may not like that. Some people may only have the first hour. If you're on the West Coast, maybe you only have the first hour to trade before you go off to your real job. or maybe you just you don't want to spend all that time. Maybe even if you don't have you're not heading off to a job, maybe you only want to spend the first hour or two looking, and that's it. Maybe you only want to look at the last hour. I mean, there's all sorts of different trading styles. The one thing I will say is, especially if you're, if you are able to sit in front of a computer all day long, is to not trade out of boredom. Don't, wait for your setups. Set price alerts. Where you think, and that's, this is where trading experience will come in, where you think that if it got to a certain price, you want to know about it. So use our price alerts. The screen will pop right up on your screen. Then you click on the alert and you see, okay, I know I set a price alert here. Do I still want to take this trade? Okay. And we also have a simulator. So I don't know if you're a subscriber, David, but we also have a simulator, this blue box here. Now, this is only available if you are using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. But here's how you can practice trading. You might say to yourself, well, I wouldn't mind. Maybe I should concentrate on trades on stocks that are near the VWAP and see if they bounce. And if they do, I'll take the trade, put my stop at the VWAP, see how that works. And you can practice trading. It uses our real-time data. And again, all you need is our standard service. Oh man, I was going to take this ollie on that 50 break. Two excellent shorts from the AI today, guys. Now, Jamie, I mentioned this one to Jamie in the YouTube room. See, I wouldn't have taken this here probably, but if I had been paying more attention, I would have, there's a little bit of consolidation, and I probably would have taken it here because, as he said, there was about a $7 stop on it. There's no way in the world, I would have had no, it wasn't a $7 stop. I don't know why Jamie said that. It was about a less than $4 stop. I mean, still pretty hefty, but I mean, obviously, he got hammered yesterday on news, and this is just continuation. I mean, sitting on that 200-day, that's very important. That stock sat at the 200-day, basically closed there, opens below it. That 200-day moving average, even if you're not like, I'm not a big indicator guy, but there are certain indicators that I'm certainly 100% aware of: the 200-day moving average and the VWAP. Well, and the other thing, David, what is a successful strategy today or this week? Next week, it may not be. Okay. And also, I'm going to explain this. These are not strategies. Okay. I want to emphasize this. Nothing here is a so-called strategy. These generate ideas. So for instance, if I did a back test on this, we have a back tester that says, okay, if you took every single trade that came through here over the last, and you pick a time frame up to 63 days, and you took every single trade, how would it do? This may look horrible. So if you back tested it, I don't care because I want the alerts. And then I make up my mind, do I like this or do I not? Okay, and in these two, I don't get very many alerts. So it's not like I have to, go through, thousands of alerts to see, kind of looking for that needle in a haystack. So I can kind of size up in my mind, yeah, just because I get an alert, does that mean I like it? To trade it immediately? No. So, and there could come a time where this 10-day daily breakdown may not really work that much anymore. And when I say work, is that maybe I take a couple of trades, they don't seem to work, and I do that for a few days. maybe a couple of weeks. And I think, you know what, maybe the market's changed a little bit. I better maybe change my focus to something else. Now, Michael Noss would have a conniption hearing me say that, but but I'm more of an intraday trader. So having said that, I've had this one, the 10-day daily breakout and breakdowns. I probably have had this up for at least a year now, and because I get so few alerts from it, it's great. I love looking at them, sizing it up. Why did I take the DAKT? Well, it was an all-time low. Nothing works forever. Yeah. I mean, honestly, nothing. That's why with our back tester, you can take a strategy that might be, and you can back test your strategy, whatever that may be. And on the day you do it, it may look awesome. A 70% win rate, at least a 2-to-1 on the risk reward on the going in. And then you might run it for a couple of days and it still looks good. Next week, it could look terrible. And then you have to kind of think to yourself, okay, is there something I can do in that back tester with the filters? Maybe I should fool around with a different price range or different volumes, things like that. Back testing, I mean, we do offer it as part of the premium service. I would say that maybe 1% of our customers do it. It's a very advanced and tedious operation to, take a strategy and back test it and keep at it. I mean, if you backtest a strategy and it works pretty well, and then it stops working or not working as well, I mean, there is, maybe you can go into the backtester and tweak it a bit. Kind of, as I say, maybe change minimum volume to something or minimum relative volume, maybe change a price range. So you're not completely starting from scratch. Backtest it, see what happens. But I'm not a big backtester. I don't care about backtesting at all. Give me the alerts and I'll make up my mind. Okay, I'll make up my mind. I don't need I don't need back testing. And there's Calvin saying, I love back testing, favorite pastime. Yeah, you got the time. I used to back test. When I first got this product as a customer back, I know I say this all the time, but back in 2010. And I thought, wow, back testing, that's it. And I loved it. Yeah, I would, but you're gonna spend a lot of time. And then and then I just sort of changed my style because I thought, okay, I know what I like to see. How does it backtest? Oh, it's backtesting horribly. I don't care. It's not that I take every trade that comes through. Oh man, is G triple I going to take out 14? So William, I have to give you the kudos for this one, okay, man. I knew about G triple I, obviously, because of the gap down on the earnings and all that. But when you mentioned yesterday that some guy, I don't think it was a CEO, but just give me a moment here. Oh, it is the CEO. I keep thinking it wasn't the CEO. Yeah. When you told me that, you know what? I mean, nobody's forcing him to do this. He spent 3 million of his own money at 12.54. So when you told me that yesterday, or is it the day before? Can't remember. That that got me very, very interested if it could take out that 1360 out. Why? Because look at the gap. Okay, let's all bow down to Ija. Ija told me not to sleep on this one. I guess I did. VOR. Ija mentioned in our YouTube room probably right after the market opened. He just typed the symbol VOR, and he always likes to goad me and says, "Don't sleep on it, Barry." I think when I looked, the volume wasn't that great, but good for you. So guys, just regarding my talking about the Discord room, what could happen? We just have to find out one thing about the old room. But what's the date today? It's December 7th. My feeling is that we may be able to just start the Discord room at the beginning of January. So what I'm going to do, if I'm just waiting for one answer to a question I've got. So what I'll be doing for the balance of this month is just telling people about the Discord room, giving them the link, and because I think we're definitely going to be going over to Discord and leaving this room behind. It served its purposes. So again, if you want to head over there now, it's not that there's not that many traders in there right now. It's just so you can take a look to see what it looks like. I'll just put the Discord link in. And I'm told that the audio and video, it's superior to what you're seeing. I wouldn't call it incredibly well. Pepe said it's much better. So Discord is just, it looks like this. It's just another trading room. You see, so when you go over there, you'll see the same. I'm going to create the headings. I've got the specific stock, general market talk, TI question. So it'll look the same. You'll see my screen, and you'll be able to go to the different areas, again, specific stock, general market talk, and I'll be able to monitor it just the same way. But we can do, somebody mentioned, the webinar should be done in there. I agree. What we can get the webinars in there. Holy smokes, no kidding, on the AMC. And then there's Ape. Oh, the rooms are free, David. You don't even need a subscription. Yeah, these rooms are all free. We use it as a marketing tool, of course, but the rooms are free. I doubt if it's a new link every day. I'm pretty sure that that's not the case. Pepe could answer. The good thing about this, I've got a lot of support for Discord just from users who know Discord. So I don't think so. I think you just save the link and then you click on it and you're in. Oh, yeah, of course it'll be a live feed. It'll be just like this, exactly the same thing. But we can do things like, the 12 to 1 slot instead of, my having to put in a link for you guys to go over to YouTube. I mean, I'm sure I'll create a tab called 12 to 1. So when I take my break, you guys can just, click on that tab and you're in there as an example. And there you go. And as Pepe says, no new link. So I guess you just save the link and come on in. And again, right now, it's not that it's super active. I just wanted people to go over there so they could see what it looks like, experience it. And I think the experience is, it's better. Wow, look at this. Oh, and there's the H. I mean, the only reason I bring this one up is because AMC took a chunk of this HYMC, this little mining company. Whoa, there's the DAKT getting closer to maybe my new entry. Let's see if it 195. You take out 195, that might get me interested to reshort you. DAKT. Really, all the chat history is persisted. Really interesting. CXM guys. So this was an earnings play today. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. So this is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Really no reaction. Very spotty reaction this morning. So this is an earnings play and starting to move. But looking left, 832 is the next high. Too bad. If that next high was 860, I'd probably be watching this one, see if it based a bit and then started to move because it would have enough room for me anyway, from 824 to 860. Wow. DAKT. Boy, this MRTX continues its descent. Wow. And the Ollie. Two really good ones from the AI. I got to give it. I don't often, I don't usually trade the AI too much. A couple of things. First, I like the ones that are under 20. When I say like, I mean look at them. But boy, oh boy, two unbelievable shorts right here. 63.20 for MRTX and Ollie at 51.92. So there's 17% and 6%. And Ollie's an earnings play. And so if you were in this one, you should be looking to see where the next lows are. So on the weekly chart, 48.95. So it's below that weekly low. Wow. The next low looks like, the next low looks like 46.81. So on the weekly chart, the next low is 46.81. I mean, this still has a little bit of room to go. Almost $2 to hit that next low. You can keep saying boom, Ija, for your 4. I'm seeing it showing up here in a, yeah, look at the volume that came in also. And look at the volume that came in. And the histogram, which I haven't talked about too much today, but that histogram is still super strong. Well, here's another one that's showing up, guys. This EZPW, EZPW. Oh, look at this one. Okay, guys, this showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 866. And when you look left, 850, it's through that. The next high, the next low is 804. So this has got some room if it wants to keep moving down before it hits any sort of chart support. Not saying it's going to, but all right, let's see any more legs down on this one. I don't see any specific news on it. Okay, yeah, so they're doing a financing, 175 million convertible senior notes, etc. I guess that's a. Any idea when the trial for Holly comes? Well, just in general, trade ideas. We'll probably have another test drive in February. There's no set date yet, though. Now, this is an extraordinary day for it. I mean, it's not every day like yesterday was not like this, but whoa, this is so exciting, guys. I mean, there's just so much stuff happening. So, I mean, here we go. I mean, this is an underwriting at $4.30 a share, and typically that's if you're a current investor, you don't like that because your position is being diluted, but this is an extraordinary reaction to it. And I'm talking about the VOR. Well, the heck with you, William. You want me to cover my short now? Honey, are you talking EZPQ or EZPW? You got all excited and hit a Q instead of a W? You probably did. They're right beside each other on the keyboard. All right. Well, I got out for a little. You, how many shares did you take? You just absolutely destroyed my short in it. That's okay. I'm kidding, of course. 12 shares? Okay. Wow. That's okay. Look at it again though. Maybe 840 or so. I know. I'm just kidding, Calvin. Yeah, he knows, and I know you're just teasing me too. It seemed that the minute he said he was in it, though, it popped. So I thought, I'm just kidding. I take a million shares, destroy my short. Whew, what day is it today? Wednesday. Okay, yeah. So there is a Q&A that I do attend. And all the excitement, I forgot to short DAKT. Let's see now. Well, they didn't fill me where I wanted, so I'm going to back off it right now, DAKT. So let's talk a little bit about the histogram, that the mystery histogram that you see here. Okay, this is the black lines here. Maybe get a better one to look at. Let's take a look at Bivy just for fun to see what its histogram looks like. Yeah. So what this is intending to show, okay, is a ratio between bullish versus bearish candlestick patterns. So when you see a high bar like this, that means that the bullish versus bearish is very high in terms of a ratio. And when it starts dropping like this, especially from this high here, right now we're in no man's land, really. I mean, it's really not telling us anything. But if you saw this really starting to drop and you were long this and it still hadn't moved much, say you were long this one at, I don't know, $5, and you were still in this, and you saw, and eventually when you guys have access to this histogram and you started seeing this starting to drop, and yet the price hadn't moved yet, you got to be very, very, in my opinion, this is where you become a little more careful, because that is telling you that there are, even though it hasn't affected the share price yet, it's trying to tell you that there are more bearish candlestick patterns than bullish candlestick patterns right now. And it doesn't matter the time frame. I mean, you'll have a different look. So for instance, right there, you can see how it sort of popped up here on the 5, but nothing what I call dramatic. So again, there's no perfect indicator, but how I've been using it, for instance, see how this basing right here on Bivy. If I saw this histogram moving higher and got, all of a sudden we had a few bars in a row that are sort of high, and yet the price wasn't moving, I'd be thinking there could be something kind of percolating underneath that hasn't quite hit the price yet, but it's sort of setting up. And so I'd be absolutely watching something like this if the histogram was moving higher and you had a few bars and yet the price hadn't moved yet. No, well, it's setting up again a little bit, but my problem with the EZPW now is that there is maybe some support around 8. Now, if I took it right here at 840 and I got right down to 8, great, but I don't know that's going to happen, of course. So, look at the DAKT. Look at that DAKT. I got too wrapped up in that EZPW because I wanted this one just under 2, and look at this now. Again, you might say, well, it's pretty cheap stock. You're right. But look at the percentage move it made from 2 down to 180. You know, 10% move. And who knows where it's going. Well, I'm hearing a little bit of activity in our Discord room. Again, it's just so you guys can see how to get in, and it's no different. You'll see the screen, you hear me. So it's really no different, except maybe the quality is better. This is another one that's very interesting, guys. ZUO, it's an earnings play. Why is it interesting? All-time low. Look at that, all-time low now. I set a price alert earlier on in the day because it did show up. Can't remember where it showed up and what scan it showed up on, but it showed up on some scan I have. And now this is an all-time low. I'm waiting now for a break under 6. So I'm going to stick an alert around 594. See if that happens. Oh boy, what's AMT doing? And how about GME? Yeah, wow, the memers are just getting hit here. The meme stocks, the king is GME, then AMC. So to put this in context, guys, remember they did a 1-for-4 forward split at $160. Okay, and this was supposed to get everybody excited because now it'll be cheaper, and people will be able to buy it at a cheaper price. I mean, never mind the rationale behind all that, but so multiply that by 4. This is $88 now, you know, before that forward split. Remember, the forward split was done at 160, so it's almost chopped in half. All that excitement about, oh, we're going to do a forward split of 1-for-4, get it cheaper for the apes to buy. Whew. All right, guys. All right, guys, keep an eye on parts, PRTS, car parts. Why? The next high on that, oh, it's a weekly chart, but okay, the next high in the weekly chart is 7. Okay, so keep an eye on this one. Look at that histogram pop up. Let me get to the daily charts, make sure there's nothing. I think that's. Is there something about, I don't know what you're talking about, the Amazon guy? Amazon, Amazon e-commerce? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Zach. Now, there are some that would say, you know what, I don't want to take this. So, as a momentum trader, you might not want to take this. Maybe you want to wait to see if it pulls back to the VWAP, 575-ish. That could be a style. It may not happen, but if that is what your plan would be, then you put a price alert there, and then you forget about the chart. You move on, and then if it happens, it happens. Now, is that going to halt on the way up or the way down? Wow. Yeah. It could easily halt on the way up. Wow. It just got halted. You're right. Exciting day, guys. Exciting day. Yeah, I don't know what, I'm just sort of following this now. Shady and real. So Calvin, this is it. I mean, remember, this is not, you want to post something right now, that's fine. But that's what you should see. Again, the purpose of this is not necessarily to be, when you say you see nothing, I wonder why. Well, it's good to know that you see nothing. Okay, but this is good information, Calvin, because were you a Discord user before? Or are you going, okay, so it won't let you claim your own email. Well, maybe Pepe can help. I don't- But he's saying hover over user on the left. Where am I? Here? But it sounds like you're not able to get into Discord in general, not just our room. All right, where could Summit open? Right here, guys. So there is your halt for Summit, 265. I doubt very much it's going to open at 266. This is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Hmm. Well, Pepe, I hate to ask you, only if you have time, but because I don't know what. Hmm. Well, let's see if someone opens in 5 minutes. If it opens in 5 minutes, here's your halt, 146.20. So it'll be 151.20, 151.20. So in about a minute, if it's a 5 minute halt. Well, EZPW is making another new low here. There's the 200-day, 784. Well, because of William and his all the shares that he bought that got me out of the trade. I didn't see what he posted there, real, so I'm at a loss right now. But if you thought it was political, I don't want to get into vaccine wars. If it works, if it doesn't work, we shy away from that. That to me is just pure politics. If that's what it was about, so wow, is this really going to take off now? Down, EZPW. Okay, just opened, guys. Summit just opened. SMMT just opened, and let's see, did it get down below that 265? I gotta take a look to see where it could go. Looks like the next high is around 289. That's pretty close. It's pretty close. I mean, it could pop right through, of course, but okay. I think I understand now. Okay, so it probably is going to be a little political, Shady, just because, my guess, without looking at it at all, is that there's going to be a slant one way. And, experts from their side of view, point of view versus experts, other point of view are not. So I understand now why real, but there's really no point in posting anything like that here, in my opinion. Okay, don't take offense. I'm not one side or the other. I truly am not. but I just don't want to get into it's just getting a little too political. Well, Summit, yeah, there's the weekly 200. I don't pay any attention to that, but lots of volume coming in. Histogram is starting to move a little bit higher. Well, if it pops through 3, look out. Yeah, this is not shortable for me either. Probably for you, Zach. Yes, not shortable for me. How many I need. Well, Summit is, I mean, the volume is still high. Look at that volume. That's the biggest volume bar of the day. Well, not quite. Time is it right now? 1:56. Has another 4 minutes to close. That was the one at 9:30. So this will be second for sure. Man, I'm missing this short also, ESPR. NXGL. Let's take a look at NXGL. Yeah. NXGL. Now, why is it not showing up here? Relative volume's good. Okay, Shady, listen, I'm going to put an end to this one though, okay? The only, if it's a discussion amongst people who are pro versus negative, fine, okay? But if it's just slanted one way, I don't care if it's slanted, and I can guess it's not. If it just slanted towards, vaccines don't work, or, you shouldn't take vaccines, versus nobody defending the fact that maybe you should take vaccines. And I don't care which side of the fence you're on, okay? Then that's where I think is perhaps the issue. Because I know there are people are in here. We've got all sorts of, we've had a great run of basically no politics at all, where I know there are some people who are very much on one side and others on very much on the other side. Very much. I know that. And we've been able to maintain the room. in this 4-year period, which your tensions in your country, left and right, are at the highs. So now watching the summit here. Guys, ZUO, ZUO, ZUO. Well, I'm trying to short this, but this uptick rule is preventing me so far. Whoa, summit. Oh, I thought it was through 3. I had an alert, but I thought it was through 3, but it did make a new high. Well, they're just not filling me. Well, I'm going to have to forget about it. I've sat on that bid for at least a minute now for ZUO, and they won't fill me. Lots of shares, 2.8 million shares. So of course, that's not the issue. It's that stupid uptick rule. Again, if you don't know what the uptick rule is, if a stock is down 10% and you do have shorts available, you can go in at the bid. Typically, you go in at the bid and you'll get a fill. But if the stock is down 10%, there has to be some action at the ask, some trading at the ask, and then goes back to the bid. But you could be in a big queue of others that want to do the same thing. Well, I tried again, but again, I'm not getting a fill. And that is for the ZUO. ZUO. I've got there's a lot of stock, 2.8 million, but it's the uptick rule that I've reduced it by a penny 3 times, and I've sat there on the bid, and they just won't fill me. And it's an all-time low. I mean, that's why, of course, I'm interested. Yeah, it's not a matter of no shorts. It's just the uptick rule. Okay, looking at the CAAS again, but I'd like to see that histogram really start to pop up here. I'd like to see some big bars here, indicating that there could be some stuff happening underneath that we're not aware of regarding bullish versus bearish candlestick patterns. Oh, excellent, Calvin. Well, of course, the Discord room will replace this room, this room, meaning this room, eventually. Just not sure when. Maybe the beginning of January. Have to give people time to know that it's going to happen. SNY, SNY. That's Sanofi. You must be shorting this one then. This DAKT reminds me of the Goss from yesterday. I mean, it just is. I think Goss might have had a bounce. Yeah, it had a bit of a bounce. Well, not a bit of one, I guess, from percentage wise, if you could have timed it correctly. Kind of maybe watching that VWAP, but it's not a big bounce off that VWAP. NXLG, how did that end up? NXGL, I should say. Not shortable for me. ASAN, guys, again, almost another all-time low. Okay, I mean, this has been just moving down ever since its earnings. ASAN. What do you mean, Calvin? Nothing to learn? You're in the room, that's it? Now you know how to get into the room. One click, you're in. And here are your tabs, just like the other room. That's it. It's me that's got to learn all this stuff. All right, nerd wallet. Another one just, man, these stocks are just getting clobbered here. And this is now showing up on I haven't even looked to see how your bounce scan is working. These guys keep advertising, advertising, advertising. Trivago, they spend a ton of money and their stock is just cannot get any traction. Though I have to admit, I don't think I've seen the Trivago guy recently, but all those years, it seems, that you used to see their commercials on TV, and their stock just doing nothing. Oh man. Okay, well, I'll have to ask the question. Did anybody take the short under two for Dakota or Daktronics? I know I call it Dakota, but Daktronics, DAKT. But this was even before Calvin, even before the plague. Seriously, this was even before that. That stock was just not doing well, and they're spending like I used to see them on very diverse channels. Not just 1 o'clock in the morning on the on a channel that nobody watches. I remember you said you would do that. Wow, AMC. Holy smokes. Well, where's our next low? Looking left, 5. AMC Entertainment Lenders organized with restructuring advisors. And how is GME doing? Oh, so GME actually reports tomorrow. Now, wait a minute. We have tomorrow. Did they report today? Okay, we have tomorrow after hours. So, oh, stop it. Stop it. I thought it was the 6th today. Okay. So they report after hours today. Yes. Yes. I thought it was the 6th. Yes, I know your date. Yeah, December 7th, 1941. FDR, a day that will live in infamy. Ooh, I'm sort of exhausted. This has been an amazing day with all the halt. Another halt here. This one used to get halted all the time. Very low float, I think. Not as low as I thought. BWXT got halted because of news. BWXT is a news halt. And there's your news halt, I guess, under a $37 million war. So I wonder why they're still halting it. Why don't they release it now? The news is out. Well, broken record, guys. ADCT, another all-time low. Now for some reason, I have an alert set for NKTX, and I must have set that days ago. And why would I do that? Oh, again, another all-time low, NKTX. All right, so Bright, how did you did you send me a little wave or something or a hi? This is in our Discord room. Ah, Bear Killer, there you are. Okay. Hi, Aja. Okay, yeah. So again, Bright, just to let you know, I mean, the moderation of that Discord room, it's not exactly the same as the moderation of the main room, as I still call it, or YouTube. This is just sort of a test. So that's why I didn't really see anything because I'm not staring really at the YouTube room. It's just for you guys to see how hopefully easy it is to get into the Discord room and to know that the audio and the video quality will, well, I guess it's going to be more superior, but certainly not we're not taking a step back. Yes, does a standard subscription come with Brokerage Plus? Yes. Okay. So you want to practice trading, it's part of the standard subscription. If you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, you can use this to trade. What you can't do, which I completely am against anyway, is auto trading. If you want to auto trade, then you're going to have our premium service. But I'm certainly, I'm so against auto trading. But if you're just looking, so if you have, again, if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, you can use this to trade, or you can use it to practice trading. Okay. Discord newbie. Well, almost a total newbie. Okay. Well, I'm a newbie too. I'm as newbie as anybody regarding. No, you actually need a subscription. The reason why is because the data you're getting is live. It's real time. and we have to pay, of course, the exchanges for the data. So that's why we can't have like a free trial. I mean, we come close when we have our test drives, and that'll be the next one in February. Costs about $11, for 2 weeks with the program. But we can't do it. We can't give out free trials because we've got to still pay for the data. You're welcome. But if you wait till, I don't know, I know we're going to have another promotion, obviously around Christmas. So, and it'll probably be at least 25%. What you could do is, and I should have a promotional code fairly soon for that. But what you could do is take out like a 1 month, which would work out to about $88, and then you could practice, see if you like it. Well, Zuo hasn't moved that much. I'm going to try one more time, just one more time. See if I can get a fill for ZUO. Yeah, if you want, if you don't want to keep checking, or at least coming back in the room, if you save my link to my home page somewhere, okay, and you click on that right now. See, right now I've got a promo for 15% off. If you click maybe a week or two from now, there should be another promo code, and it'll be at least 25%. Okay. But if you save my link, in case you don't want to come into the room every single day, you could maybe fire up my link at the beginning of maybe give it an hour into the market and see if the promo code has changed. Now, the difference between doing it now and 20, I mean, it's about $8. Okay. So if you wanted to do it right now, because it's probably going to be 25% versus 15%. So actually, I guess the difference would be $11 if you took it now. But I'm not trying to convince you to take it now. Yeah, they still wouldn't. They still wouldn't give me the Zuo short. Anybody with IB get this short if you wanted it, and if you did, how long did you have to wait? Well, this is same thing's happening to me with the ADCT. It just won't fill me at where I want at the 280. I'm just actually testing it. Oh, they gave it to me. Okay. Now they gave it to me. Now I don't want it. Anyway, it's an all-time low. Let's see what happens. So I'm in at 281 on the short. I admit I'm just kind of fooling around there. I wanted to see if they would fill me. It was down more than 10%. Excuse me. Yes, Bob, yes. You can always upgrade anytime if you're on a monthly with whatever promo code is available, and especially, you want to wait for a 25%, yes. Okay, good, Calvin. I won't take offense to IB then. I think they're just picking on me. Yeah, Bob, I'm not sure how it works, okay? If what you're saying is if you take out a 1 month and then you want to take out a year, I think it just, you're just starting a new subscription for 1 year. But don't quote me on that. I don't get involved in that accounting aspect of it, but you can certainly ask the question. You say, so if what you're saying is you're in the middle of the 1 month subscription and now you want to get an annual with a better promo. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly the mechanics of it, but they usually look after customers pretty well in that regard. Okay, ADCT. Let's see if you can move down a little bit more. All right, guys. Whoa, I almost forgot. I have to do a video. So what time is it right now? About 2:30. I should be back no later than 2:40. Okay. Now I have to remember to mute 3 rooms now. Okay, guys. So I'll be back at around 2:40. All right, guys, I'm back in all the rooms now. So are you answering your own question then, Sammy? How is VOR worth taking now? As it, or are you asking, or is it already too stretched? Take a look at it. Well, I mean, there's an argument to be made right here. There's the VWAP, 603. So it's holding the VWAP. Okay. Again, I'm not saying to take the trade, but it is holding the VWAP. If you know what the VWAP's all about. So holding these moving averages, kind of resting a bit. It's possible. I mean, the high of today was 673. So it's very possible that it could move a little bit. The histogram looks interesting. So, if you took this trade and put your stop at the VWAP, maybe. But again, I'm not recommending you do that. But it's certainly not terrible looking, in my opinion. Yeah, as long as it holds the VWAP, so if you take this trade, as long as it holds the VWAP, put that as your stop, it's possible. Again, the histogram looks good. This is indicating that there are more bullish candlestick patterns and bearish candlestick patterns with the height of these bars. Again, this indicator, it's an indicator. It's not foolproof. Uh, Look at the zoo. Well, there it is, guys. I mean, ZUO, the miserable, wouldn't fill me. This would have been pretty good by now because I started at, I think, 594, then 593, and then 592, held it at that bid for 30 seconds at a time. And the bid ask never changed. They just wouldn't give me the fill. Why are we moving it to Discord? Well, first of all, everybody says it's a better audio and video. Okay, so I mean there is that. Number two, Discord is pretty well known. So it's certainly there are lots and lots of rooms out there. So I think Discord is a pretty known commodity. Number three, we can do as a company. The other traders can have their own rooms in Discord very easily. For instance, even the 12 to 1 slot that we have when another trader takes over while I take my break, instead of having to move over to YouTube to see it. If you want, you just click on a tab from within. From I haven't got it here, but you just click on the tab. I'll probably name it 12 to 1 slot or something like that. So you just boom, it's easy. So it just seems to be more flexible. I can add tabs myself very simply here, whereas in the other room, I have to rely, and the developer has been super good to me, but I've got to rely on somebody else to do all that for me. We've got a lot of support. A lot of people use Discord, and so I can rely. And if I run into a problem, I've got instant support. So those are some reasons. But I think overall, though, the experience that people are finding in a Discord room is that the video looks better and the audio is better. So we're certainly not taking a step back. Are the daily YouTube sessions available for replay? Or I think they're still, but they're so long. I mean, major, they're like 7 hours long. I'm not sure. You certainly wouldn't want to have to spend 7 hours watching, I don't think. But I think they're on our website somewhere. Yes. So I guess I'm going to answer yes. Pepe will know. I just never think about people wanting to take a look at the YouTube sessions replay wise, because I mean, I started, well, at least 6 hours long anyway. Ah, okay. I don't know if it's segmented like that, but I guess if you fast forward. Well, let me just see. I mean, I'm not sure. Well, I have a YouTube link. I think that I know Pepe knows. There's a link to our YouTube, to all the YouTube vids that we've got. Smaller frame of your screen on Discord. Okay. Not heard that, but it probably varies from computer to computer and what you're watching it on. Really? It's not like a full, like a big screen that you can see? There must be a way to, there must be a way to get the screen larger. I loaded the microfloat scan. How can I link to the chart when I click on a mouse? Are you kidding me? Okay. So, I mean, in our charts, there are only two options, really. So if you go to properties, okay, so if you right click on the chart, oops, right click on the chart and go to properties, and then click on and then you'll see symbol linking is either checked or not. Checked or not. Okay. So if you check it, then every time you click on an alert, your chart will change. You know what? There must be a way to vary the screen size within Discord. I'm sure Pepe will know. No, but the video is supposed to be a sharper also. Hmm. I'm sure Pepe must know. Okay. I'm not an expert, obviously, in this, so because there's no way that we would go to something that you had like a little thumbnail and or it should be reasonably the same. Now maybe it's a way I can project. I don't know. But I'm glad I'm getting this feedback. Ah, there you go. Pepe says that's what somebody was talking about. The video you can pop out. So that's what they meant. That's what they meant. Oh, so you can pop the video out and then resize it. So you can pop the video out anywhere you want, any monitor you want, and resize it. Cool. Okay. I think I know why, Poe. Okay, I think I know why. When if you right click on that, I don't have it up and running, okay? But if you right click on that top list window and then click on symbol linking, does it say link to all or does it say dock window? Okay, so change it to link to all. I didn't realize that. See, I got this from Michael Nas, and I didn't realize he had pulled it from his doc. Okay, so yeah, the default, because the theory being that you want to have, if you're in your dock window, that you want to have the charts, if you have any charts in that dock window, you want them to load just in those charts. Anyway, just change it to link to all and you're good to go. So how do you pop out the video? Just so that people, so I understand. So how does this pop out? So when you guys have this video, but because that answers the question right there, that's even better. Because this is what you guys see right now. So how do you pop that out? If I right click, no. There's some settings here in the gear. Nope. In the lower right, are you talking about in the this overall window, or are you talking about down here? See, I'm hovering over it and I don't see what it's telling me. Oh, this is slow. No, is that go to the video window first. Okay, so here it is. Maybe you guys, maybe it's not on mine because you can see what I'm seeing. I don't see, I see stop streaming. I have a gear and we've got 12 people. Not sure what to do. You say I can maximize it. Or can I maximize it? I see. I don't think so. I'm trying to grab, but obviously, when you guys see it, there is an icon. What does the icon look like? So I can tell people. But that's so important. Square with an arrow. Okay. I have a little arrow, but that's only in the stream settings. And here's all the, yeah, so I don't have that. I don't seem to have that on mine. But that's good to know. So it's a square. So if they go up here into the video that they see, even if it's a little thumbnail, they'll see a square with an arrow. And then they just have to click on that and then then it pops it out and then they can resize it, I'm assuming. Okay. Maybe as a moderator, I can't pop it out. I don't know. Well, everybody has said, so so you're saying that's what you see. So there's got to be a way to size this so you can see my entire screen, I'm assuming. Okay, thank you, Pete. Wow, it is 3 o'clock already. I wish I could pop it out so I could see myself. Let me just try something here. Yeah, because what I see, and this is going to get a little disrupted because it brings this into it, but what I see when I have this on my other monitor, I see my entire screen. That's what I see, not what you showed in that image. But I'm sure we'll get it all figured out, okay? It's certainly not going to step, and we're not going to go backwards. Yeah, this is not, Calvin, this is not meant to be, the only reason I've got this Discord up and running is just so people can see how they get in. And let me just see, I can see general market specific talk. Yeah, okay, I can see your message there. You understand that I'm not really monitoring all of this. I'm just trying to show people that we're gonna have a Discord room, how you can get in, take a look at it. Hopefully, the screen and the audio is great, and it'll be the same. I'll have the tabs, and then, once I'm able to devote my entire attention to it, then of course I'll monitor. It's not really meant to be an up and running room yet, if you understand what I'm saying. But you did it right. So Hall, you popped it out, and can you size it the way you would want to? And it looks good? Okay, so that answers my question. So it's just a matter of, so for those who are saying you can only have, I don't know, a full screen or the thumbnail, I guess it's just a matter of popping it out and then sizing it the way you want. And you can certainly size it to see everything. Hey guys, I'm still kind of watching this VOR just to see. I mean, it's not doing very much, but the histogram still looks good, and it hasn't breached the 200-day. I'm sorry, not the 200-day, but the VWAP. So kind of keeping an eye on it. Okay, so this short of ADCT is still in it. I'm in at 281. I don't have very many. I remember I was just trying to see if I could get a darn fill because of the uptake rule. So I'm just going to hold on to it a little bit longer. Ooh, this is an interesting break on the daily chart for GLYC. GLYC. Could this be a late day runner? Let's take a look at the weekly chart to see what's happening with it. Interesting, guys. So 3-month high, a year high. So GLYC. Interesting. Let's see if this could be certainly watch it tomorrow. I mean, it's got room. So I'm going to heart that one, and I'm going to certainly pay attention to it tomorrow. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the ADCT I'm almost getting set to wrap this up anyway. Yeah, LP. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't do it on my end for some reason. Otherwise, here's the video. Otherwise, I'd like to be able to pop that out, but I don't have the icon that you guys have. He says it's a square with an arrow. So you would click on it, and then you should be able to size it, put it on any monitor you want, and just size it. He says it's down here in the right-hand corner, like a square with an arrow in it. So looking at if this is what you guys see. Well, if it takes out 3, it could. SMMT, just like I did yesterday. It ran near the end of the day. Well, actually not, I think it started a little earlier, but it ran, yeah, starting about right here, which was 2 o'clock. So from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, we went from $1.40 to 236. I made a great percentage move. That was the summit yesterday. And so, Nikki, you're talking about in Discord. Wonder how others are just automatically just seeing my screen and well, we have to get to the bottom of this. Pepe, my unpaid TI expert. So this is what you guys see, Barry Anderson live. And that's what you're saying. Click on my name. And then you guys will see. So that's what you have to do. So you guys know, obviously Discord. And so you would know to do that. People who don't know Discord probably would not know to do that necessarily. So I guess when you get into the room, you have to click on my name. And then you get the video. Double click, click. Ah, interesting. Now I don't know what these things are. Oh, I see. There's Bright, Alpo, and me. It's like a new toy, guys. Yeah, I understand that, Zach. Obviously you're correct, but I like it to be just so simple that they click on the link and they're in the room and that's it, and without a lot of extra steps. But I do hear you. FLJ, let's take a look at FLJ. Wow, another crazy one, isn't it? So it's a big float. If that float number is correct, 169 million in the float, that's a big, big float. Well, thank you, show. I see what you posted there. You can hide or show users. Okay. Alpo, isn't that dog food? I'm kidding, of course. I'm not. All right, let me see if I can. It is dog food, Alpo. I know it used to be anyway. Yes, Alpo Dog Food and Treats, Purina, Canada. Well, I'm seeing it here. Maybe it's not around anymore, but you see, there it is. Okay, guys, I'm kind of winding this down, okay? But what I want to do is I want to sort of practice myself in this Discord room, kind of navigate around, try to figure some things out. So I am not, please, if you want to keep trading, that's fine. I am watching this VOR. I have to admit, I am watching the VOR. Come on. Playboy, PLBY. All right, somebody took a stake. I think somebody took, I think I did, I think you guys probably heard that too, right? Somebody took a stake in Playboy, PLBY. I think that's why the volume came in. Hasn't moved it at all. Anyway, back to the VOR, VOR. This is really, really interesting. This is how I'm trying to understand, a good way to use this histogram that you see here. Notice how the price is not doing anything, and yet the histograms are high, meaning that something maybe, if you keep watching, maybe put a price alert a little bit above it, it could pop up. Berries are on bushes. See, I see you, Calvin. Yeah, chimes could be also the just people coming in and out of the room. That I don't know. And I'm sure there's got to be a way to probably, even on my end, I don't want to hear chimes, people coming in and out of the room all day long. Okay. User settings, notifications. Well, Calvin, no, I can, there aren't any, nobody else is talking. Okay. That's the thing. Nobody else is talking. It's just you and me right now in Discord. We haven't made the move officially, but once it happens, it'll be exactly like this. You've got these tabs here, and I will say this is easier for me to keep track, but I will deal with that. The reason is, Pepe, I don't suppose you know the answer to this because, for instance, trade ideas questions or specific stocks only. When I haven't clicked on this for a while, I'll see the number of questions as an example. It'll tell me 4 or 5 or whatever. I don't see a way in Discord to do that. It just looks like this just lights up, and that's all. So that's the only way I know that somebody has been in this tab or clicked on this tab. It's a kid site for cell phones. I don't know. Lots of rooms are in Discord. I've had that question seemingly for years. Do we have a Discord trading room? Okay, well that is your assignment for tonight, Pepe. All right, guys, so we're just about wrapping this up. It's 3:20 right now. I'll be shutting everything down at 3:30. So as always, any questions, I'll just put my homepage link in it one more time, just so people know all the information you can find there. See what happens when I put it in the Discord room. No problem. There it is. Click on it. Boom. Okay. Well, listen, guys, the bottom line is this. If I give you guys a link to our Discord channel and you click on that link and you come in and you see my screen and you hear me, from the end, from your guys' point of view, what's the difference really? Other than, here are the tabs here instead of a cross. Other than that, really, what's the difference in terms of the user experience? Other than, people are saying it's better video, better audio. Hey, listen, I remember when we went from Novia to to this new room, and there was a learning experience, to this room. If you guys remember way back, we used to be in Novia, which was really restrictive in terms of what we could do. Yeah, China. I'm sure that's it. I mean, I mean, there are hundreds of thousands, and maybe I'm exaggerating. There certainly are thousands and thousands of Discord rooms out there. But if we run this, in a hopefully a professional way, the same way that we're trying to run, all the other rooms, I don't think it'll be an issue. Yeah, there shouldn't be another, we've got the trading room. This is the beta, okay? As long as you can see the screen well and you can post wherever you want in these tabs, that should be it. Well, guys, I'm telling you, this histogram is telling me something. Oh, I get it. I do get that. But listen, people have complained about getting into this room a lot. Okay, they've got to log in every single day. They can't save a link and all that sort of stuff. People have complained to me since the beginning about just getting into this room. So I honestly think that, I mean, I give out the link to the Discord room. You click on it, you're in. That's it. Not really much more to do. I think anyway. Yeah, I can give you the link. I'm going to be shutting down any moment now, but I can give you the link. Okay. Okay, there's your Summit, guys. Summit may be taking out that $3 level. As you say, look at the histogram. It's telling us there's some bullish candles. No, no, no. The room will never be open after I leave. It always has to be moderated. Okay. And, there's a step I take. I just lock the room and I open it tomorrow. Can have an unmoderated room. Okay. Not when it's affiliated with the company. You never know who could come in and say all sorts of nonsense. Okay. So it cannot be unmoderated. Yeah, I trust you, Hall, but it's Pepe I don't trust. Mm-hmm. You're probably right, Shady. Okay, good to know, Shady. Thank you. Guys, Summit, 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 Summit. It's boy, it is making a run here. Hmm. I lost sight of the CAS. Yes, CAAS. So again, Walt Burn, just to let you know, this is testing Discord. Okay, this is not the main room yet. So if you're going in there thinking, well, where is everybody? It's not the main thing is just to be able to, get into the room. Hopefully you can hear me and you can see the screen. Summit, guys, Summit is, I think it is getting a little en fuego, sorry if I butchered that. En fuego. Okay, one last look at something else from Zach Verve. Okay. All right, guys, I am going to shut it down now. Is now a little 1 minute past my normal time of shutting down. So thanks for putting up with me, talking about Discord and all that. Okay, it really is helpful though for me to get the comments live, and I may do a little bit more tomorrow, just asking questions. I do apologize. I know most of you want to trade and all that, so I don't think it's been too obtrusive, but it does help me a lot. So get to my gear here. Okay, so have a great evening, everybody. And you know what? Tomorrow is Thursday, isn't it? No. Yeah, tomorrow's Thursday. Jeez. Lost track of the days. Okay, so the room will open tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And now I'll go through the exercise of shutting down the other room. Okay, so I'm going to shut down Discord. You guys can still hear me probably, so I'm going to stop streaming. So that's that. And then /lock. Okay. And now shut down StreamYard, YouTube.